Chapter 4065. The old man on the goat looked very ordinary, with half a foot in the grave. However, his appearance caused the entire heaven and earth to fall silent. Hubadeo was even more dumbfounded. "You," Hubadeo's voice was trembling, "kill yourself. I can leave your corpse intact." The old man on the goat indifferently spoke. "What?" Hubadeo's fear reached the extreme. To think that this person is still alive. From afar, those ancient existences were also shocked to the extreme because they had already recognized the origin of this old man. "Even an existence like you is willing to sell your life to Gu Fei for a divine pill?" Hubadeo was shocked, enraged, and unwilling. "No one can make me sell my life. I only sell my life to myself," the old man emotionlessly replied. "Sell your life to yourself?" Hubadeo started when he heard that. He recalled a legend. This person should have fallen during the dark ages of the immortal martial realm. However, he survived. Maybe he had paid an unimaginable price to survive. "Flame Monarch, what do you want?" Hubadeo calmed himself down. He wielded the immortal extinguishing saber and sat in the center of the killing formation, frenziedly activating the formation. Energy fluctuations of a golden immortal erupted forth from him, causing the entire space to tremble. "The juniors nowadays. AI." The old man helplessly shook his head. "Flaunting your seniority, wanting me to kill myself? Do you think you are an immortal sovereign?" Hubadeo coldly spoke. "How can an old man like me be an immortal sovereign? But I can still destroy the Godly Blade sect." The Flame Monarch didn't even bother to glance at Hubadeo. This fellow actually dares to challenge the Flame Monarch? From afar, those ancient existences who were spectating were indescribably shocked. This Flame Monarch was a supreme expert who had survived the Dark Ages. In the entire immortal martial realm, there weren't many existences like him. The Flame Monarch was a hegemon of a region during the Dark Ages. He had once conquered the world and was a supreme expert who had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for supremacy. However, that struggle almost destroyed the entire immortal martial realm. Those who survived used their last bit of strength to seal the source energy of the immortal martial realm in the central immortal realms. Fiery King was an immortal lord, but now he wanted to destroy the Godly Blade sect. If my guess is correct, you want the divine elixir to extend your life." Hubadeo sneered. "Otherwise, why would Fiery King attack the Godly Knife Gate?" "Noisy." Fiery King immediately sent a slap towards Hubadeo. "Kill." Hubadeo roared and slashed at Fiery King with the celestial extinguishing saber in his hand. The immortal saber light flashed across the void like lightning. Clang! Fiery King's fingers swept across the blade of the immortal exterminating saber, and a metallic sound was heard. Hubadeo only felt a violent jolt in his hands that were holding the saber. The extinguished immortal saber in his hands almost flew out of his hands, and his palms were split open. Amazing! Hubadeo was shocked to the extreme. His fleshly body could take on a golden immortal-grade immortal weapon. Just how strong was this fellow's fleshly body? At this time, the other 17 elders of the Divine Path sect who formed the killing formation roared at the same time. Tyrannical power crazily converged toward Hubadeo, who was in the center of the formation. An extremely overbearing pressure burst out from Hubadeo's body and shook heaven and earth. Roar! Hubadeo wielded the celestial exterminating saber in his hand and slashed at Fiery King's head with all his might. The slash was even more powerful than the one that had killed the mysterious expert from Star Palace. The slash was so powerful that heaven and earth were destroyed. The destructive aura filled the universe. However, at the very next moment, Hubadeo was shocked to death by the scene in front of him. Fiery King, who was riding on the old goat, extended his right hand and grabbed the celestial exterminating saber. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fiery King had completely ignored the celestial exterminating saber in Hubadeo's hand. The extremely sharp celestial exterminating saber couldn't even cut Fiery King's flesh. In actual fact, if one were to look closely, one would realize that there was a layer of runes on Fiery King's right hand. The runes were deep into his flesh and bones. Fiery King snatched the celestial exterminating saber from Hubadeo's hand. Then, with one slash, Hubadeo's head flew up. The master of the divine knife sect was beheaded by an old man just like that. Virum. There was a flash of saber light. Fiery King rode on his old goat and charged into the fatal saber formation. With one slash, he killed all 17 elders of the divine knife sect. In the end, he opened his mouth and inhaled. He swallowed the power of the fatal formation that exploded into his body. There was a hideous crack in between Fiery King's eyebrows. There was a terrifying crimson light that was seeping out from the crack. The very next moment, the crack disappeared as though it had never been there. Hubadeo made a wrong judgment this time. Even if Fiery King had an internal injury, he wouldn't be able to handle it. An old antique sighed. Fiery King was the god of massacre in that era. The Divine Knife sect is about to become a thing of the past. Someone muttered from afar. There was no suspense in what happened next because no one dared to be presumptuous in front of Fiery King, let alone jump out to challenge Fiery King. Even someone as strong as Hubadeo died in the hands of Fiery King, let alone the others. Swoosh! Fiery King split the entire ancestral land of the Divine Knife sect with one slash. There was a 1,000-mile crack on the ground, and it was bottomless. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fiery King had returned and destroyed the Divine Knife sect with one slash. When the news spread, all the major forces in the central celestial realm were dumbfounded. They thought that the one Tao immortal who had fallen for countless years was still alive and had destroyed the Divine Knife sect. After Fiery King destroyed the Divine Knife sect, he disappeared. However, everyone knew that he was going to the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect to look for Gu Fei. All the cultivation resources in the ancestral land of the Divine Knife sect had been taken away by Fiery King. They were his spoils of war, so he would not let anyone else take advantage of them. However, the territory of the Divine Knife sect was huge. Apart from the ancestral land, there were also many cultivation resources in other places. The forces near the Divine Knife sect were the first to attack them. Everyone wanted a piece of this fat piece of meat. The vice sect leader of the Brahma Pure sect personally led the experts of the Brahma Pure sect and took down 19 cities of the Divine Knife sect in one go. Of course, the fat piece of meat that was the Divine Knife sect naturally fell into the hands of the heavenly sects and religions. The Brahma Pure sect only obtained some insignificant benefits from it. While the forces were fighting for the territory of the Divine Knife sect, an old man riding on an old goat slowly appeared on the horizon and walked towards the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. Halt! When the old man arrived near the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect, a middle-aged man in green robes rushed out from the ancestral land and blocked the old man's path. Scram! The old man waved his hand, and the middle-aged man flew away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The old man riding on the goat was none other than Fiery King. Fiery King directly barged into the ancestral land of the All-World sect. Even though an elder of the All-World sect made a move, he was still caught by Fiery King as if he was grabbing a chicken, and then threw him out of sight. Boom! The defensive formation of the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect was activated, and a layer of divine light enveloped the entire ancestral land. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. At this time, the disciples of the Thousand World sect were already in chaos. Someone actually dared to attack the Thousand World sect at this time? Was he trying to make an enemy out of Gu Fei? On a divine mountain, Zhou Zairu raised her head to look at the man and the goat in the sky. She frowned. This person dared to attack the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. He was clearly not putting her master, Gu Fei, in his eyes. Interesting. Mo Xian stood beside Zhou Zairu, and a cold smile appeared on her face as she looked at the old man riding on the goat. Who is this person? Sword Immortal Qingfeng had a bad feeling about this, but his intuition told him that no matter how strong this person was, he was definitely no match for his master. At this time, Fiery King directly broke through the defensive formation of the Thousand World sect and barged into the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. What? Countless disciples in the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect were shocked to the extreme. Where did this old man come from? Who are you? Why are you attacking our ancestral land? A powerful figure walked out from the ancestral land of the Thousand World Sect. This person was none other than the sect leader of the Thousand World Sect. Call Gu Fei out to see me. Fiery King said indifferently. Preposterous. The sect leader of the Thousand World Sect was infuriated. This guy didn't even put him in his eyes. Go to hell. The sect leader of the Thousand World Sect roared in anger. Both of his hands turned translucent, and in the next moment, he slammed his palm towards Fiery King. Rumble. The palm strike caused wind and thunder to rumble. At this time, the sect leader of the Thousand World Sect was using his full strength, and his palm could control an area. Oomph! Fiery King directly slashed his saber towards the sect leader of the All-World Sect. The saber light destroyed the huge hand that the sect leader had conjured with a single slash. In the next moment, the immortal extinguishing saber was placed on the neck of the sect leader. What? The sect leader of the Thousand World Sect almost peed in his pants. This old man was actually so powerful. No wonder he dared to barge into the ancestral land of the Thousand World Sect alone. The others were even more dumbfounded. In an instant, everyone looked at the scene in the sky in fear. The sect leader of the Thousand World Sect has lost. That guy only used one move. Sword Immortal Qingfeng was extremely shocked. This guy was much stronger than him. Even Zhou Ziru and Mo Xian were a little excited. This time, Gu Fei might have met his match. You want to see my master? The sect leader of the Thousand World Sect tried his best to calm himself down, but beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. As long as his opponent moved his right hand, he would immediately die. Godly Saber Sect, I've annihilated it. Fiery King said as he retracted the immortal extinguishing saber from the sect leader's neck. You annihilated the Godly Saber Sect? The sect leader of the Thousand World Sect asked in disbelief. This old man on a goat actually annihilated the Godly Saber Sect? How is this possible? Chapter 4066. Before this, Gu Fei had said that he would concoct a divine pill for whoever could destroy the Godly Blade Sect. Divine pills were legendary items in the immortal martial realm. Even in ancient times, divine pill refiners who could concoct such pills were already extinct. In the current generation, even immortal pill refiners were rarely seen, let alone divine pill refiners. In the current generation, divine pills were already extinct. In fact, when Gu Fei said that, nobody believed that he would be able to concoct a legendary divine pill. Now that the Flame Monarch had acted and destroyed the Godly Blade Sect, Gu Fei wanted to fulfill his promise and concoct a divine pill for the Flame Monarch. Many people were waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool out of himself. One must know that this was a divine pill, not an ordinary one. The Flame Monarch was heavily injured during the dark ages of ancient times. He needed a divine pill to prolong his life. If Gu Fei didn't fulfill his promise, the consequences would be extremely dire. Invite him over. Just when the Myriad World Sect leader was at a loss as to what to do, Gu Fei's voice drifted over from the peak of a divine mountain. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction of the voice, only to see Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on a huge boulder at the peak of the mountain. He was clad in black, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Behind Gu Fei stood two young women. One was dressed in a robe as white as snow, like a peerless female immortal emperor. The other was dressed in black, and every part of her body exuded an irresistible temptation. It was as though one's soul would be sucked away by just a single glance from her. These were two women with completely different auras and personalities. And below the boulder, there was a middle-aged sword immortal with a sword strapped to his back. This sword immortal was none other than the Clearwind Sword Immortal. At this moment, the Myriad World Sect leader brought the old goat with him as they arrived at the peak of the mountain. The Flame Monarch stopped in the air on his old goat. The Myriad World Sect leader hurriedly rushed down from the sky, arriving in front of the boulder and directly knelt before Gu Fei. I pay my respects to Master. The Myriad World Sect leader knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In front of Gu Fei, he was like an ant on the ground. If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would be much easier than stepping on an ant. You're Gu Fei? In the sky, Yin Jun, who was riding on an old goat, looked calmly at the youth in black on the mountain top below. This guy was too young. Could he really concoct the legendary elixir? At this moment, Fiery King was also very suspicious. After all, that was a divine pill, a legendary divine pill. How could it be so easy to refine? I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at the Fiery King in the sky indifferently. This guy was very strong. The old goat that this guy was riding on was also very strong. This surprised him. Can you really make elixirs? Fiery King looked down at Gu Fei and said calmly, "If you don't believe it, why did you destroy the divine knife gate?" Gu Fei said indifferently, "Godly knife gate? I destroyed it with a flick of my finger. You should concoct the elixir for me since I destroyed it." Fiery King calmly replied, "Destroying the godly knife gate was extremely easy to him. Exchanging the godly knife gate for a divine pill was too worth it." "Fine. Tell me, what divine pill do you want?" Gu Fei asked. "Samsara." Fiery King only spoke 2 words. What? Those who heard these 2 words were all shocked to the extreme. Divine Samsara pill? This Fiery King actually wanted to concoct the divine Samsara pill? That was a legendary divine pill. The divine Samsara pill could allow the user to live a second life. It was a legendary divine pill in the immortal martial realm. Fiery King wanted to live a second life. Divine Samsara pill? Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback when he heard this. One must know that immortals had an infinite lifespan. Even if they could live a second life, there would still be times when immortals would be injured. The reincarnation pill could allow a fatally injured immortal spirit to experience a reincarnation cycle and live a second life. Why? Can't I concoct it? Fiery King furrowed his brows. He didn't have much time left. If he couldn't obtain the divine Samsara pill, he would really die. Fiery King didn't want to die. As you wish. Gu Fei directly stood up from the huge rock he was sitting on. After that, he stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the entire godly mountain to tremble violently. After that, the energy of heaven and earth from all directions frenziedly gathered towards the peak of the mountain. The illusory image of a gigantic cauldron appeared in the air. "Fire, come." As the sound of Gu Fei's voice faded, a ball of divine fire appeared within the illusory image of the cauldron. A scorching heat wave gushed forth, causing the surrounding space to distort. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The legendary pill formation technique? Fiery King, who was riding on the old goat, exclaimed in shock. This was a supreme alchemy technique in the legends. In the immortal martial realm, this technique had long been lost. "Medicine, come." Gu Fei directly threw all the immortal herbs required to concoct the divine Samsara pill into the gigantic cauldron. One by one, the immortal herbs melted into a ball of dazzling immortal light. In the next instant, all the impurities were purified. It was unknown how many times the immortal herbs in the cauldron spun before a medicinal fragrance drifted out. A 9-colored divine fire actually rushed out from the cauldron. Pill formation? Gu Fei roared in rage. After that, the entire sky changed color as the sun and moon lost their radiance. A mass of tribulation clouds enveloped the entire mountain peak. Pill tribulation. It's the legendary pill tribulation. Someone exclaimed in shock. Rumble. A blinding bolt of lightning descended from the skies, directly blasting the divine pill in the cauldron. This was simply like a living being undergoing a tribulation. This type of tribulation lightning was even more powerful than the heavenly tribulation of cultivators. Lightning flashed unceasingly as a total of 81 bolts of lightning rained down from the skies. A sparkling and translucent divine pill appeared in the air. The cauldron formed from the boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth dissipated in the air. High up in the skies, Fiery King, who was riding on the old goat, had a strange glow in his eyes. The process of Gu Fei's pill concoction was simply too shocking. This was simply a pill formation with a single word. From the ancient times until now, there had never been a single alchemist in the immortal martial realm who could achieve such a feat naturally. The pill concoction technique that Gu Fei had mastered wasn't something that could be produced in the immortal martial realm. This was the pill concoction technique of an even higher tier alchemist. Gu Fei extended his right hand, and the god-tier pill in the air immediately flew towards him. He grabbed it in his hand. Samsara pill, not bad. Gu Fei glanced at the pill in his hand as he nodded his head. Although he wasn't very satisfied, the quality of this pill was already not bad. This is the pill you wanted. Gu Fei directly threw the Samsara pill in his hand to Fiery King. At this moment, Fiery King was incomparably agitated. This was a supreme divine pill that could allow him to live a second life. Fiery King was about to catch the pill that Gu Fei threw over. However, at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared without any warning and directly grabbed the pill in his hand. Roar! Seeing this scene, Fiery King almost went crazy. There was actually someone who dared to snatch his Samsara pill? Wasn't this asking for his life? How preposterous! A heaven-shaking killing intent erupted as Fiery King directly attacked. 5 beams of light from his fingers were like 5 divine chains, entangling towards the mysterious silhouette. Old ghost, you are courting death. Fiery King attacked with all his might. The energy fluctuations from his hands shook the heavens and earth. The moment he attacked, the entire space was sealed. That mysterious silhouette exuded a dark aura, as though he was an evil ghost that crawled out from the depths of hell. Ha ha! That mysterious silhouette laughed loudly and directly vanished into thin air, vanishing without a trace. The 5 beams of light that shot out from Fiery King's hands didn't even touch the clothes of that mysterious silhouette. 9 nether evasion art? Fiery King was about to go crazy from anger. That Samsara pill belonged to him. I will annihilate your netherworld race. Fiery King roared to the heavens. The old goat he was riding on was howling as well. In the immortal martial realm, among the peak powers in the central immortal realms, there was still the netherworld race. They were the demons. They were extremely powerful and could contend against the other peak powers. The person who snatched the Samsara pill from Fiery King was none other than the old ancestor of the netherworld race, the netherworld old ancestor. There was no doubt that the netherworld old ancestor was powerful because he dared to snatch the Samsara pill that Fiery King was using to prolong his life. Rumble. Fiery King directly broke through the void and killed his way to the ancestral grounds of the netherworld race, vowing to snatch the Samsara pill back. There's going to be a good show to watch. Someone exclaimed in incomparable shock. There was no doubt that Fiery King was powerful. One must know that he was a powerful existence that annihilated the divine saber sect with a flick of his fingers. At this moment, what made countless people shocked was that Gu Fei was actually able to concoct a divine pill. He was actually a divine alchemist. How was this possible? However, Gu Fei actually concocted the Samsara pill in front of everyone. Fiery King wouldn't team up with Gu Fei to put on a show. Gu Fei didn't act. He had already concocted the Samsara pill for Fiery King. It wasn't his responsibility if the pill was snatched away. The news of Gu Fei being able to concoct a pill with a single word soon circulated around the entire central immortal realms. Countless cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Concocting a pill with a single word, such a method was simply unimaginable. Those heavenly sects and divine sects in the central immortal realms directly sent envoys to contact Gu Fei, wanting Gu Fei to concoct pills for them. Master, the people from the Long clan are here. Do you want to meet them? No. Master, the people from the Xin clan are here. Do you want to meet them? No. Star Palace, Warlord Hall, and other top forces in the central immortal realms all sent their envoys. Even the forces that held grudges against Gu Fei sent their envoys. The divine pill was extremely precious. Star Palace, Warlord Hall, and other top forces were willing to bury the hatchet with Gu Fei for the divine pill. However, Gu Fei didn't want to meet anyone. Very quickly, countless experts appeared around the Wan World sect. The top 10 top forces had arrived at the same time. Suddenly, the entire area was extremely tense. Peerless figures continuously appeared near the Wan World sect. The people from the second-rate forces had all retreated. They couldn't interfere anymore. The game between the super forces could easily destroy the world. If they didn't retreat, they would be courting death if they stayed. What are they trying to do? In the ancestral ground of the Wan World sect, all the disciples of the Wan World sect were terrified. They want to use force? Chapter 4067. This time around, not only the Long Clan, Shin Clan, Star Palace, and the War God Hall, even the other 6 peak powers of the Central Immortal Realms were here. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Fei concocted the Samsara Divine Pill for the Flame Lord. This pill could only be concocted by legendary Divine Pill Refiners. Divine Pill Refiners, even in the Immortal Martial Realm, they were already extinct. The 10 peak powers of the Central Immortal Martial Realm all appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Their purpose was very clear. They wanted to force Gu Fei to lower his head. If they could control Gu Fei, they would be able to make Gu Fei concoct endless divine pills for them. However, the prerequisite was that they had to defeat Gu Fei first. If not, everything would be for naught. Among the 10 peak powers of the Central Immortal Realms, the Long Clan wasn't the strongest. This was because they didn't have any golden immortals guarding them. They only had golden immortal Dao treasures, or even immortal Emperor Dao treasures. In the distant past, the Long family had produced an invincible Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor had disappeared, he had left behind a dragon scale. That was the unique reverse scale on the Dragon Emperor's body. The reason why the Long Clan was able to sit at the peak of the Central Immortal Realms was because of the Dragon Emperor's supreme treasure. Naturally, among the 10 peak powers, there were only a few with golden immortals guarding them. As for those without golden immortals, they still had immortal Emperor Dao treasures. If there were no internal problems that shook the foundations of these forces, it would be impossible for these forces to be suppressed by other forces. The 10 peak powers controlled the Central Immortal Realms, as well as the source energy of heaven and earth. One could say that the 10 peak powers controlled the fate of the entire Immortal Martial Realm. They were the true rulers of the Immortal Martial Realm. At this moment, in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Emo Xian Zhou Zairu, and the rest could no longer sit still. One must know that this time around, the 10 peak powers of the Central Immortal Realms had joined forces to attack. Such a force was sufficient to sweep through the entire Immortal Martial Realm. In the face of such a powerful force, who could resist? The sect leader of the Myriad World sect was also stunned. He didn't expect that the 10 peak powers would join forces. The Myriad World sect was merely a second-rate power. Any one of them could easily annihilate it. Sect Master, what should we do? In a small valley within the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds, the higher-ups of the Myriad World sect were all gathered here. At this time, everyone in the small valley was looking at the mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal, waiting for his response. What else can we do? If Master loses, we'll be out of luck. If Master wins, we'll reach the heavens in a single step. The mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal of the Myriad World sect said helplessly. His body was sealed by Gu Fei, and his life was in the hands of Gu Fei. What else could he do? The 3 Heavenly Immortal Elders didn't say anything. They had also been planted with restrictive spells by Gu Fei. Their lives were now completely under Gu Fei's control. Their lives no longer belonged to them. Gu Fei didn't plant a forbidden technique on the other members of the Myriad World sect, but no one dared to betray Gu Fei and the Myriad World sect. Master, Zhou Zairu came to the mountain where Gu Fei was and bowed to Gu Fei. What's the matter? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, opened his eyes as he calmly spoke. Those people outside. Zhou Zairu hesitated. They're just ants. There's no need to bother with them. Gu Fei closed his eyes as he spoke. Zhou Zairu froze for a moment before she retreated. Those people are ants? Sword Immortal Clearwind, who was waiting at the side, was shocked to the extreme when he heard this. Those people outside represented the strongest powers in the Immortal Martial Realm, yet they were nothing more than ants in front of his master? Sword Immortal Clearwind had no idea that his master had such an impressive background. In the eyes of his master, the Immortal Martial Realm was merely a mid-tier world. Such mid-tier worlds were as common as the hairs on a cow in the myriad of worlds. To Gu Fei, the 10 strongest powers in the Central Immortal Realms of the Immortal Martial Realm were nothing more than ants. At this moment, his eternal true bone grew even stronger. His entire bone body exuded an aura of eternity. Although he was only at the human immortal realm, His physique was extremely strong. Heavenly immortals were nothing more than ants in front of Gu Fei. Golden immortals were nothing but ants. Even the legendary immortal emperor was nothing more than a joke in Gu Fei's eyes. Now, what he needed to do was to obtain the source energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm, allowing his eternal true bone to grow stronger and stronger. Finally, he would be able to cultivate his eternal martial body and step onto the peak of the martial path. The 10 strongest powers are all here. Just nice, there's no need for me to look for them. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. The news of the 10 strongest powers joining hands to surround the ancestral grounds of the myriad world sect spread out, shocking the entire world. The last time the 10 strongest powers of the central immortal realms joined hands was during the later stages of the primordial dark era. At that time, they joined hands to seal the source energy of heaven and earth in the central immortal realms. And this time around, the 10 strongest powers joined hands just to deal with a single person. After the 10 powers surrounded the ancestral grounds for 24 hours, an old man in white arrived at the entrance of the myriad world sect. Lord Dragon, what a rare guest! The dark form heavenly immortal personally came out to welcome him. Old brother dark form, how have you been recently? The old man that the dark form heavenly immortal referred to as Lord Dragon smiled as he spoke. There was a layer of divine light between them. This layer of divine light was formed from the protective grand formation of the myriad world sect. Heavenly immortals had no way to break through it, and even golden immortals wouldn't be able to do so in a short period of time. Haha, I'm doing very well. What's the purpose of Lord Dragon's visit this time around? The dark form heavenly immortal laughed. You and I both know the reason. Why don't you open the grand formation and let me in? Master Long said with a smile. You wish to see my master? The dark form heavenly immortal's countenance drastically changed when he heard this. He was very clear of how powerful Gu Fei was. This Lord Dragon actually dared to come and see Gu Fei? Was he not afraid of death? Hee. Lord Dragon laughed but didn't reply. That would depend on whether my master is willing to see you or not. The dark form heavenly immortal said indifferently. Feel free to pass on the message. Just say that I represent the 10 powers and wish to discuss something with him. Lord Dragon said unhurriedly. The dark form heavenly immortal looked deeply at Lord Dragon, then turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, flying towards the mountain where Gu Fei was. Master. The dark form heavenly immortal came before the huge rock where Gu Fei was sitting and was about to speak. Let him in. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and said, Yes. The dark form heavenly immortal immediately retreated. My master invites you in. The dark form heavenly immortal arrived at the entrance of the ancestral grounds and directly opened the grand formation. Chapter 4068. Chief Long was an old ancestor of the Long clan who had lived for countless years. He started his career much earlier than the sect master of the Myriad World sect. Even a mystic transformation, Heaven Immortal would have to address himself as a junior in front of Lord Dragon and would not dare to be arrogant. At this moment, Chief Long was representing the 10 major factions of the central immortal realm. No one knew what he was up to. The profound celestial immortal was very curious. The profound celestial immortal personally brought Chief Long to the mountain where Gu Fei was. Master, I have brought him here. The dark form Heaven Immortal knelt down respectfully towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder. Chief Long, on the other hand, still had a smile on his face. He stood quietly to the side and did not kneel before Gu Fei. Rise. Gu Fei's gaze landed on Chief Long. You're Gu Fei? You can concoct divine pills? Chief Long smiled as he looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder. I'm the real deal. Gu Fei said. Haha, all right, then I'll get straight to the point. The 10 major clans and sects would like to invite you to be our worshipper and concoct pills for us. How about it? Before Gu Fei could speak, the profound celestial immortal was already extremely shocked. Worshipper of the 10 clans? This was something that had never happened in the history of the central immortal realm. Not interested, Gu Fei said indifferently. What? The profound celestial immortal and Qingfeng sword immortal were both stunned. Their master was not interested in being the worshipper of the Tin Clans. One should know that the position of worshipper of the Tin Clans was definitely comparable to the sect master or clan master of any of the Tin Clans. It was an extremely revered position. The smile on Chief Long's face froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Taoist Gu, don't you want to think about it? Chief Long asked. Go back and tell those people that if they obediently give me the source energy of heaven and earth, I will spare their lives. Gu Fei's face was expressionless. This time, Chief Long was really frightened by Gu Fei's words. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry, and the smile on his face also seemed to stiffen. The mystic transformation Celestial Immortal and the Clearwind Sword Immortal were extremely shocked. Their master actually wanted the 10 major powers to hand over the world's essence? How was this possible? The source energy of heaven and earth was the lifeblood of the 10 transcendent powers. It was the foundation that allowed them to continue ruling over the entire immortal martial realm. If they lost the source energy of heaven and earth, the 10 transcendent powers would definitely crumble apart. Fellow Taoist Gu, do you know the consequences of refusing? Chief Long smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes at Gu Fei. I don't know, and I don't want to know, but I know the consequences if you don't get lost. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Chief Long and grinned. Chief Long's heart trembled. He quickly bowed to Gu Fei and said, I will take my leave. After speaking, Chief Long fled the mountain as though his butt was on fire. He was no longer as calm and collected as he was when he first arrived. At this moment, in a valley 100 miles away from the myriad world sect's ancestral grounds, there were jade pavilions everywhere. Auspicious qi lingered in the air, giving off a celestial vibe. In a pavilion in the middle of the valley, 10 peerless experts sat around a large table. I don't think that Gu Fei would dare to reject our offer. An old man in purple with a long beard stroked his beard. That's right. With the 10 of us joining forces, who in the entire immortal martial realm would be able to resist us? A middle-aged man in white smiled. That Gu Fei isn't an ordinary character. Someone said something like that. It's good that he agreed. If he didn't, there's no need for us to be polite. A hunchbacked old man coldly laughed. Just a puny human immortal. We can just directly capture him. Isn't that as easy as flipping our palms? A silhouette shrouded in devilish qi spoke in disdain. The Netherworld Devil Lord. Why don't you make a trip? Someone said disapprovingly. All right, don't regret it if that divine pill master Gu Fei falls into my hands. The Netherworld Devil Lord slammed the table and stood up abruptly. All right, what's with the noise? Chief Long should be back by now. A handsome young man with white hair and eyebrows suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, the others shut their mouths immediately. At this moment, an old man walked in from outside. Who else could it be other than Chief Long? Greetings, old ancestors. Chief Long actually became reserved when he arrived. That Gu Fei agreed, right? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Chief Long. No. Chief Long replied. What? Everyone present was inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei actually dared to reject them. Pass down my order. Prepare to attack. The young man with white hair and eyebrows roared. Yes. The others quickly rushed out. Very soon, quite a lot of activity came from all directions in the valley. It was the 10 great forces mobilizing their forces, and they were about to make a move. There was no doubt that the top 10 forces were powerful. Boom. All of a sudden, an extremely violent energy fluctuation burst out from a mountain 100 miles away from the myriad world sect's ancestral ground. Kill! A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. A shadow of a dragon rushed out from the mountains, pouncing towards the myriad world sect's ancestral ground. That's the mad dragon, great sovereign! Someone exclaimed. It was the shadow of a black dragon. The dragon's shadow was incomparably clear, and every single scale could be seen. It was as if the real 9 heavens black dragon had appeared in the world, releasing one's yuan qi to take the form of a dragon. This was a mystique that only peak heavenly immortals could possess. In the next moment, the mystic transformation heavenly immortal also made his move. He dashed out, and the two figures collided with each other. A muffled explosion that sounded like thunder shook the void. The shadow of the dragon dissipated, and the two figures instantly separated, then quickly collided again. The muffled explosion resounded a total of 9 times, and the mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal and Mad Dragon Great Sovereign also collided 9 times. Each time, it was as if two huge mountains were colliding. Everyone's mind was shaken. This was the most direct and purest battle between martial physiques. The stronger one would win. Simple and direct. How is this possible? Mad Dragon Great Sovereign is a peak Heavenly Immortal body cultivator, and his Black Dragon body tempering art has already reached the point of perfection. How can this mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal fight evenly with him? Someone exclaimed in shock. Bam! Gotcha! At this time, the mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal's fist landed heavily on Mad Dragon Great Sovereign's chest. The violent fist energy exploded tenfold, and a large hole appeared in Mad Dragon Great Sovereign's chest, nearly splitting him into two. Seeing this scene, the entire place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Mad Dragon Great Sovereign lost? Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that he was the strongest body cultivator in the Long clan. How is this possible? Chapter 4069. Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate was the strongest body cultivator in the Long family of the Central Immortal Domain. He was a peak Heavenly Immortal body cultivator, and his immortal body was as strong as a golden immortal's. Even the strongest Heavenly Immortal Tao treasure could only leave a mark on Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate's body. But now, a profound transformation Heavenly Immortal had punched through Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate's immortal body. The blood that splattered out and the bloody hole in his chest could not be faked. Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate lost? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The 10 major forces had just started fighting, and a profound transformation Heavenly Immortal had already dealt a blow. The people of the Long family seemed to be getting more and more useless. Atop a mountain, the Dark Hell Demon Lord, who was shrouded in demonic chi, sneered. What did you say? On another mountain, the Dragon Lord, who was wearing a golden battle suit and wielding a golden battle spear, looked at the Dark Hell Demon Lord. A powerful pressure erupted from his body, and the phantom of a golden battle dragon appeared indistinctly on his body. He was the only one on the entire mountain, because he was simply too strong. Moreover, he was wearing the golden battle dragon armor, a golden immortal Tao treasure. This was a supreme treasure of the Long family. When the Dragon Lord wore the golden battle dragon armor, he could fight golden immortals. Even the golden immortals of the other forces were wary of him. Isn't that so? The Dark Hell Demon Lord said disdainfully. What? You want to fight? The Dragon Lord stared at the Dark Hell Demon Lord on the opposite mountain, and his eyes turned extremely sharp. If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? The Dark Hell Demon Lord looked at the Dragon Lord with a sinister smile. Although the two of them stood on different mountains and were separated by more than 10 miles, the space between them seemed to be frozen. A terrifying demonic shadow emerged from the Dark Hell Demon Lord's body, and the entire world suddenly turned cold. The Dark Hell Demon Lord was the #1 person of the Dark Hell tribe. Even the patriarch of the Dark Hell tribe was weaker than him. This Dark Hell Demon Lord was a golden immortal. Among the 10 major forces, the Dark Hell tribe was a powerful tribe with a golden immortal. Alright, let's get rid of that goofy first. High up in the sky, the white-haired, white-browed young man said impatiently. The Netherworld Demon Lord glanced at the young man in the sky and said, This Demon Lord will give Dao friend Xing Yun some face today, and won't argue with you? The Dragon Lord only sneered twice and did not say anything. Although the white-haired, white-browed young man looked young, he was actually a super antique. He was a peerless expert from the same generation as the Fiery King. Even Fiery King would be stunned when he saw him. Even in ancient times, Dao Master Qing Yun was a peerless existence. The Qingyun Dao sect was the strongest sect in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm. It was a sect that had existed since ancient times, and its foundation was so deep that it was hard for others to imagine it. The Green Cloud Taoist was known as the #1 expert in the immortal martial realm. This was also the reason why even the Netherworld Devil Lord was so wary of him. Because the Netherworld Devil Lord wasn't a match for the Green Cloud Taoist. Kill. At this moment, in the air above the Myriad World Sect, the battle between the Mystic Transformation Heavenly Immortal and the Mad Dragon's Supremacy had already reached its climax. The Mad Dragon's Supremacy roared madly as the bloody hole in his chest rapidly healed. The flesh and bones of the Mad Dragon's Supremacy trembled unceasingly, emitting the sound of metal rubbing against metal. New flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Mad Dragon's Supremacy. Surrender obediently, and I will spare your life. The Mystic Transformation Heavenly Immortal coldly stared at the Mad Dragon's Supremacy as he coldly spoke. What? The Mad Dragon's Supremacy was infuriated. This fellow actually dared to underestimate him? Little Mystic Transformation. When this daddy roamed the world unhindered, you were still playing with mud. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this daddy? The Mad Dragon's Supremacy raged. Humph. Stop flaunting your seniority in front of this sect lord. Whoever's fist is harder will be the boss. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. The Mystic Transformation Heavenly Immortal said in disdain. Good, good, good. Haha. The Mad Dragon's Supremacy was so angry that he started laughing. The blood around his wound seemed to be burning, as though he was bathing in divine flames. Long Family's Great Blood Ignition Art? The Mystic Transformation Heavenly Immortal couldn't help but be shocked. The energy fluctuations on the Mad Dragon Supremacy's body continued to rise, and an extremely domineering pressure spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth shook. In just an instant, the injuries on the Mad Dragon Supremacy's body were completely healed. Master, this secret technique seems to be very powerful. Zhou Zairu said to Gu Fei on the peak of the mountain where Gu Fei was in the Myriad World Sect's ancestral land. It's just a bloodline ignition technique. Even if the Mad Dragon Supremacy defeats the Profound Transformation Heavenly Immortal, he will still be half dead, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. He had mastered the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, but the secret art displayed by the Mad Dragon Supremacy was far inferior to the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. Gu Fei, you said that the Profound Transformation Heavenly Immortal will lose. Mo Xian who was standing at the side, suddenly said, No, my undying God Pill can raise his battle prowess to the golden immortal realm and maintain it for half an hour. Gu Fei said indifferently. If the Profound Transformation Heavenly Immortal couldn't defeat the Mad Dragon Supremacy in half an hour, he could only say that he was an idiot. Sword Immortal Clearwind, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard that. Master was really too powerful. A single God Pill could raise a Profound Transformation Heavenly Immortal's battle prowess to the golden immortal realm and maintain it for half an hour? To Sword Immortal Clearwind, this was absolutely unimaginable. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian had been following Gu Fei for a long time, but they weren't too surprised because Gu Fei had already created many miracles. Kill. At this moment, high up in the sky, Mad Dragon Great Sovereign roared in anger. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind as he punched out with all his might towards the Mystic Transformation Celestial Immortal. The instant his right hand struck out, the clothes on his upper body instantly exploded. The Mad Dragon Supremacy's punch was like the collapse of heaven and earth, the fall of the sun and moon. It was tyrannical to the extreme, and the vast and mighty fist energy directly caused the void to explode. Come at me. The Mystic Transformation Heavenly Immortal let out a long roar and also threw out a punch. Compared to Mad Dragon Great Sovereign's punch, his punch seemed a little insignificant. Boom. The two fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with the two fists as the center. Wherever the ripples passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Roar. Mad Dragon shakes the 9 heavens. The Mad Dragon's Supremacy fiercely exerted his strength. His fist actually increased by several times, and the explosive power directly shattered the cracked void of heaven and earth. The Profound Transformation Heavenly Immortal roared in anger and was directly sent flying several dozen li away. His entire arm was shaken into a bloody mist. This, Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal had heavily injured the Mad Dragon's supremacy with a single punch, but now, the Mad Dragon's supremacy had actually destroyed the profound transformation Heavenly Immortal's entire right arm with a single punch. The Long Clan's Great Blood Ignition art is indeed worthy of being one of the top techniques in the immortal martial realm. The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal smiled bitterly. This Mad Dragon supremacy was after all an expert of the older generation. His combat prowess and combat experience were truly not something ordinary people could compare to. In addition to the Long Clan's Great Blood Ignition art, the Mad Dragon supremacy's combat prowess had already reached the Golden Immortal realm. In this case, it was unknown who would win and who would lose. Little profound transformation Heavenly Immortal, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? The Mad Dragon's supremacy spoke with incomparable arrogance. Hee, do you think you can defeat me with just this? The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal suddenly laughed. What? At this moment, the Mad Dragon's supremacy was greatly shocked. The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal's severed arm was actually rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths of time, his right arm had completely recovered, as though it had never been injured. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. The speed at which the profound transformation Heavenly Immortal's arm recovered was actually faster than the Mad Dragon supremacy's recovery speed. Kill. The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal once again charged at the Mad Dragon's supremacy. The two experts were like two ancient gods in a great battle. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. Boom! Bam! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Two figures were instantly sent flying, and immortal blood sprinkled down from the sky. Mad Dragon's supremacy has met his match this time. On the mountain peak outside the myriad world sect's ancestral ground, Dragon Lord, who was clad in the golden battle dragon divine armor, stared at the two figures in the sky with a solemn expression. Long Tianqing was no match for the Mad Dragon supremacy. Mad Dragon supremacy was one of the strongest existences in the Long Clan. This profound transformation Heavenly Immortal was merely the sect leader of a second-rate force, the Myriad World Sect. How could he be Mad Dragon supremacy's opponent? But why did this profound transformation Heavenly Immortal's combat prowess suddenly increase to such an extent? Could it be his doing? Dragon Lord couldn't help but look towards a mountain peak in the Myriad World Sect's ancestral ground. The 10 strongest forces of the Central Immortal Domain had joined forces to surround the Myriad World Sect's ancestral ground. They initially thought that Gu Fei would agree to their conditions, but who would have thought that Gu Fei would directly reject them? In the eyes of the 10 strongest forces, Gu Fei wouldn't dare to go against them. But the result left them in disbelief. Gu Fei actually wanted to go against the 10 strongest forces single-handedly. Hey, Dragon Lord, if your people can't do it, then let my people do it. Don't waste everyone's time. Dark Hell Devil Lord said disdainfully. Shut your mouth. Dragon Lord was already in a bad mood. Now that Dark Hell Devil Lord was provoking him, he was naturally enraged. Boom. At this time, Mad Dragon supremacy was directly stomped down from the sky by the profound transformation Heavenly Immortal. Two figures fell from the sky, directly crashing into the Myriad World Sect's ancestral ground. Boom. A mountain peak was directly smashed apart, sending a cloud of dust high up into the sky. At this time, the Myriad World Sect's ancestral ground's defensive grand formation had already stopped operating. Kill. 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 In the next moment, numerous powerful figures rushed out from the surroundings of the Myriad World Sect's ancestral ground, directly attacking the Myriad World Sect's ancestral ground. Chapter 4070. The grand defensive formation of the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds had actually stopped operating, causing the 10 major powers to be both shocked and overjoyed. Kill. Without any hesitation, the experts of the 10 major powers charged out from the mountain ridges near the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds. Boom! A gigantic heavenly cauldron appeared in the air above the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds. As the cauldron turned upside down, boundless heavenly fire gushed out from it. The entire sky was instantly enveloped by the towering divine fire. Within the divine fire, there were 9 balls of divine light that emitted boundless fiery light, as though 9 divine suns had appeared in the sky at the same time. The temperature of the entire heavens and earth rose rapidly, and all the cultivators in the ancestral grounds felt as though they were placed in a furnace. In just an instant, their entire bodies were drenched in sweat. Everyone felt as though their blood and chi were about to be ignited. Their mouths were parched, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. This is, on the mountain peak where Gu Fei was at, the clear-wind sword immortal, who was standing below a huge boulder, couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw this scene. It's the Xin clan's 9 young heaven refining cauldron. Long Tianxing, who was standing under the boulder, exclaimed, 9 young heaven refining cauldron? Gu Fei furrowed his brows. That immortal weapon in the sky was merely a golden immortal grade Dao weapon. How could it be able to refine the heavens? These fellows from the immortal martial realm were truly frogs at the bottom of a well. Of course, the might displayed by the 9 young heaven refining cauldron was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes, as he could break it with a flick of his finger. But in the eyes of the cultivators from the immortal martial realm, it was akin to burning the heavens and boiling the seas, shocking them to the extreme. Xinju, go ahead. Gu Fei calmly commanded. Yes, master. An old man in black, standing below the boulder, hurriedly accepted the order and soared up into the air. A divine light akin to water appeared around his body as he directly rushed into the boundless divine fire descending from the sky. Xinju was one of the 5 heavenly immortals of the Myriad World sect. One of them was unwilling to submit to Gu Fei, and was killed by Gu Fei with a flick of his finger. Now, only 4 heavenly immortals remained. Xinju was one of the 4 heavenly immortals of the Myriad World sect. Boom! The moment Xinju charged into the sea of fire, the entire sea of fire began to boil. An endless amount of black water appeared in the sea of fire. Wherever the black water passed, the divine flames that were powerful enough to burn the heavens and boil the seas were all extinguished. What? A silhouette sitting cross-legged on the 9 young heavenly refining cauldron suddenly opened his eyes. He was the younger brother of the Xian family's patriarch, Xian Fifan. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. A half-step golden immortal with a golden immortal dermic artifact like the 9 young heaven refining cauldron would definitely be able to fight against a golden immortal. Boom! The shadow of a black tortoise emerged from Xianju's body, and the divine fire was extinguished by the black water. Damn it! Xian Fifan was shocked and angered at the same time. Immortal energy surged from his body as he desperately poured it into the 9 young heaven refining cauldron. In the next moment, the 9 suns heaven refining cauldron shook violently. 9 golden crows rushed out of the cauldron. The moment they appeared, the extinguished divine fire burned again. The 9 golden crows flapped their wings, and every golden crow burst out with endless divine fire. Heaven and earth were distorted by the heat. What a powerful divine fire! On the mountain where Gu Fei was, Zhou Zairu exclaimed, Gu Fei, when are you going to give me another golden immortal Dao tool? Mo Xian looked enviously at the black tortoise's shadow in the sky. It was a huge seal, an immortal tool that Gu Fei casually threw to Xianju. Although it was an immortal tool, it was still a golden immortal grade immortal tool. Moreover, it was a supreme grade golden immortal Dao tool that could unleash the power of a peak golden immortal. The seal that Gu Fei threw to Xianju was not the real black tortoise seal. It was just an immortal seal that was refined by an unknown person. However, it was still called the black tortoise seal. If it was the real black tortoise seal, it could destroy the entire central immortal domain. One should know that the black tortoise was the strongest divine beast in the myriad heavens. The black tortoise seal was also one of the most powerful Dao tools in the myriad heavens. What's the use of these immortal tools? You can treat them as treasures. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Useless? Then just give them all to me. Mo Xian laughed. Gu Fei glanced at Mo Xian. After that, his right hand drew a line in the air, directly tearing a hole in the void. In the next instant, rays of immortal light shone out from the tear in space. After that, the immortal light flickered as over 10 immortal treasures fell out from the tear. This, Imo and the others were completely dumbfounded. Even Long Tianxing, Fairy Nebula, and the others were dumbfounded. These immortal treasures floated in the air, and each of them emitted the powerful aura of a golden immortal. In other words, these were all golden immortal grade immortal treasures. These were over 10 golden immortal grade immortal treasures, and they were all intact. Even if all the golden immortal grade immortal treasures in the entire immortal martial realm were added together, there wouldn't be so many of them. Where did Gu Fei get his hands on so many golden immortal grade immortal treasures? To the experts of the immortal martial realm, this was simply unimaginable. But to Gu Fei, these immortal treasures were no different from trash. Only supreme Tao treasures, or even eternal Tao treasures, would be able to enter his eyes. In his inner world, there were many immortal treasures that were much better than golden immortal grade immortal treasures. But even if he gave them to Imo she wouldn't be able to use them. These are all for me? Imo exclaimed in shock. If you like them, just take them all. Gu Fei casually waved his hands as he spoke. Ha ha ha! Imo was in ecstasy as she hurriedly moved forward to collect the 10 golden immortal grade immortal treasures. One must know that these were golden immortal grade immortal treasures, the strongest immortal treasures in the immortal martial realm. If immortal emperor grade immortal treasures didn't appear, golden immortal grade immortal treasures would already be invincible. At this moment, in the air, the battle between Xian Zhu and Xian Fifan had already reached the point where the victor would be determined. 2 golden immortal grade immortal treasures clashed unceasingly. Boom! Bang! Heavy sounds of collision shook the heavens and earth. Every time these two energies collided, the void would be shattered, leaving behind a black hole. Xuanwu versus Golden Crow. The Xuanwu imprint clashed against the 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron. When the two supreme golden immortal grade energies erupted, all the cultivators of the Myriad World sect were trembling in fear. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the 2 golden immortal grade immortal treasures clashed against each other again. This time around, the 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron was actually flung away by the Xuanwu imprint. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron of the Xian clan was a famous immortal treasure in the central immortal realms. It had once killed a golden immortal. Chapter 4071. Xian Fifan was the younger brother of the Xian family's patriarch. He was a half-step golden immortal and a genius of Xian family. However, this genius of Xian family was sent flying away along with the 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron, coughing out blood. How is this possible? Xian Fifan couldn't accept this. He was sent flying away by a puny elder of the Myriad World sect. This shocked and angered him at the same time. Go to hell. Xian Zhu activated the seal of the Black Tortoise. A violent power burst out from the seal of the Black Tortoise. The seal of the Black Tortoise flew out from his hand and turned into a black tortoise that was even bigger than a mountain. The mountain-like black tortoise shook the void of the heaven and earth. What? Xian Fifan was shocked. He hastily activated the 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron. 9 golden crows emerged from the body of the cauldron. Boom! Before the golden crows could fly out from the cauldron, the huge black tortoise had already pounced on the cauldron. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the cauldron. Roar! Xian Fifan roared furiously. However, at this moment, he was completely suppressed. He couldn't fight back even if he wanted to. Following a loud bang, the 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron was sent flying away again. This time, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the cauldron, as if it could break at any time. Xian Fifan, who was hiding in the cauldron, coughed out blood. He knew very well that if his opponent could break the 9-Yang Heaven Refining Cauldron, he would die along with the cauldron. Stop! Just when Xian Zhu was about to attack again to kill Xian Fifan, a furious roar was heard nearby. Then, a silhouette appeared in the sky. Kill! Xian Zhu didn't pay any attention to the silhouette. He activated the Black Tortoise seal and charged towards Xian Fifan. A huge black tortoise shadow appeared once again. An extremely terrifying energy burst out from the black tortoise shadow, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding void. However, what happened next shocked Xianju. A large hand reached out from the side and grabbed the black tortoise's shadow. The black tortoise shadow dissipated and was caught by the huge hand. What? Xianju's shock was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, a powerful force came and sent him flying. Hand of heaven? On the mountain where Gu Fei was, Long Tianxing exclaimed when he saw this. It was a mystical ability of the Qingyun Dao sect. It seemed that the experts of the Qingyun Dao sect had attacked. I want this immortal artifact. A voice rang out. After that, the gigantic hand holding onto the black tortoise seal dissipated as a silhouette appeared in the sky. He held a celestial seal in his right hand and looked at Xianju arrogantly. It was a very young man with a jade-like face and sword-like eyebrows. He was looking at Xianju with disdain. Yi Tianlong. When Xianju saw him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was the strongest existence in the Qingyun Dao sect apart from Dao Lord Qingyun. Yi Tianlong had only cultivated for 10,000 years, but he was already a golden immortal. Even an experienced golden immortal like the Nether Demon Lord was wary of Yi Tianlong. If he went crazy, he would definitely be a complete lunatic. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. At this moment, Xin Fifan was still in a state of shock. If not for Yi Tianlong, he would have been killed by Xianju. Yi Tianlong ignored Xin Fifan. However, even though Xin Fifan was ignored, he didn't dare to show any displeasure. Do you think you can take away my things? At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. Master. Heaven Immortal Xianju hurriedly dashed in the direction of the voice. Oomph. Yi Tianlong's expression turned cold. He didn't stop Heaven Immortal Xianju. Instead, he looked at a mountain in the ancestral land of the All-World sect, and his pupils constricted. There were many supreme immortal artifacts hovering above the mountain, and a woman in black was trying her best to collect them. Courting death. Yi Tianlong stretched out his hand and used the hand of heaven again. Rumble. A gigantic palm appeared between heaven and earth once again, slamming down on the mountain that Gu Fei was on. The void that was enveloped by the gigantic palm shattered continuously. This was the might of a golden immortal, capable of shattering heaven and earth with a single strike. The gigantic palm descended from the sky with terrifying destructive power, scaring everyone on the mountain except for Gu Fei. Those with weaker cultivations were already lying on the ground. Gu Fei smiled and casually pointed out with his finger. In the next moment, a gigantic finger appeared between heaven and earth, piercing through the gigantic palm descending from the sky and pressing down on Yi Tianlong. Wherever the finger passed, the void was silently destroyed. What? Yi Tianlong, who was initially looking at Gu Fei with disdain, turned pale with fright. He didn't put Gu Fei and the others in his eyes at all, but now, he realized that their cultivation and battle prowess were not to be underestimated. Bam! With a muffled sound, the genius of the Qingyun Dao sect, Yi Tianlong, was directly sent flying 50 kilometers away by Gu Fei's finger. His body was covered in cracks and his immortal body was almost shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished, especially the people of the 10 major forces who were in disbelief. The scene was too unreal. Yi Tianlong of the Qingyun Dao sect was actually sent flying by Gu Fei's finger? Even the Nether Demon Lord, Dao Venerate Qingyun, and the others couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. The 10 major forces had joined forces to besiege the All-World sect. It seemed that they had the upper hand and the All-World sect could be destroyed easily, but now, it seemed that everything was still unknown. Damn it! Yi Tianlong glared at Gu Fei, who was on the top of the mountain 50 kilometers away, and clenched the black tortoise seal in his hand. His eyes had already turned bloodshot as if he was possessed. Yi Tianlong's body also emitted an extremely violent wave of power. The cracks on his body were disappearing rapidly, and an extremely tyrannical wave of power erupted from his body. His aura was rising continuously. Rumble. The void around Yi Tianlong was constantly vibrating, and soon, his aura rose to the peak. Gu Fei, I want you dead. Yi Tianlong roared maniacally and attacked Gu Fei. Is that so? The corners of Gu Fei's lips curled up into a faint smile. He then stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Next, the black tortoise seal in Yi Tianlong's hand, which had just rushed to the top of the mountain, suddenly exploded with a loud boom, and the violent power of a golden immortal erupted. A huge black hole suddenly appeared above the top of the mountain. It was a spatial black hole formed by the explosion of the void. The miserable Yi Tianlong was directly blown to pieces by the black tortoise seal, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were swept into the spatial black hole. He died immediately. This Chapter 4072. Yi Tianlong of the Qingyun Dao sect was a golden immortal, yet he was killed by Gu Fei with a flick of his finger. That shocked everyone to the extreme. How is this possible? Even the big shots of the 10 major forces couldn't help but change their expressions. Golden immortals were nothing in front of the 10 major forces, but no one could kill a golden immortal with a flick of their fingers. Even Dao Lord Qingyun of the Qingyun Dao sect couldn't kill Yi Tianlong with a single move. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too strong, and it felt extremely surreal. At this moment, Xian Fifan, who had already retreated far into the sky, was so scared that he wet his pants. The black hole above the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect was rapidly recovering and shrinking. Soon, it disappeared, and the shattered void was completely restored. The destructive power produced by the self-destruction of the black tortoise seal might not have been enough to kill Yi Tianlong, but Yi Tianlong was devoured by the black hole. Hence, he was unlucky. At this moment, even Zhou Ziru, Mo Xian and the others were in disbelief. The guy that Gu Fei killed was a golden immortal. Gu Fei's move had indeed stunned many forces. However, in the next moment, several figures appeared outside the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect. 10. Zhou Ziru counted, and her expression immediately became extremely solemn. The 10 powerhouses jumped out at the same time. Are they going to gang up on me? On the mountain where Gu Fei was, everyone except Gu Fei had a change of expression, especially the heaven immortal Xianhua of the Myriad World sect and the others. Their legs even turned to jelly. Are the sect masters and clan masters of the 10 major forces here at the same time? Heaven Immortal Xuanjue, the elder of the Myriad World sect, said with a trembling voice. The power that the 10 powerhouses exuded made him tremble in fear. Among the 10 powerhouses, any one of them could easily kill him. Gu Fei, surrender obediently and we can spare your life. A middle-aged man in fluttering white clothes stepped forward and shouted at Gu Fei. That's right. Young man, don't make a mistake. A purple-robed elder with a long beard nodded and said, You talk too much nonsense. Can't you just capture this little guy? In another direction, a hunchbacked old man said disapprovingly, All talk and no action, you hypocrites. The lord of the dark hell demon lord was shrouded in a pitch-black demonic aura. As he spoke, he directly attacked Gu Fei, who was on the mountain top. A pitch-black demonic hand descended from the sky and enveloped the entire mountain top. A terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. When the other giants saw this, they couldn't help being startled. The Netherworld Devil Lord was extremely domineering, and he would attack at the slightest disagreement. Reckless fool, Gu Fei pointed out with his finger once more. Instantly, a gigantic finger appeared between the heaven and earth, shattering the void and dispersing the demonic hand that was descending from the heavens. What? When the other giants saw this, their faces turned even uglier. One must know that the Dark Hell Demon Lord was a veteran golden immortal. Even Yi Tianlong was no match for him. However, even when Gu Fei was up against the Nether Demon Lord, he still displayed his undefeatable strength. Kill! The Dark Hell Demon Lord roared furiously. A golden, immortal-grade netherworld energy erupted from his body. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. However, Gu Fei's energy also erupted. The gigantic finger was like the hand of God, directly shattering the Dark Hell Demon Lord's netherworld energy and sending him flying. Seeing the insufferably arrogant Dark Hell Demon Lord being sent flying by Gu Fei, the other giants were gloating. This guy deserved to be taught a lesson. You bastards! Why are you still not attacking? Do you want this guy to defeat us one by one? The dark hell demon lord roared at the other giants. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Boom! In the next moment, 5 supreme energy waves erupted from the 5 giants. The 5 giants attacked at the same time, while the other 4 giants were still watching. Wong! A heavenly saber rushed out from one of the giants' hands and slashed at Gu Fei. The extremely sharp and overbearing saber energy cut through the void of heaven and earth and instantly landed on the top of the mountain. The other giant wielded a peerless spear and directly rushed to Gu Fei's front. He directly thrust his spear at Gu Fei's glabella. His movement was extremely fast. The other 3 giants also used their killer moves. One of the giants smashed the void with his fists and smashed at Gu Fei. Another used a great mystic art and created a black hole, wanting to devour Gu Fei. The last giant spat out sword light and arrived in front of Gu Fei. The 5 giants attacked at the same time. It was earth-shattering. The mountain that Gu Fei was on shook violently. Everyone on the mountain, except for Gu Fei, was terrified. Scram! Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder and waved his sleeve. The attacks of the 5 giants were immediately disintegrated. The 5 giants were sent flying and vomited blood. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Those were 5 of the 10 overlords of the central celestial realm. How could they be defeated by Gu Fei with a single move? No one could believe what they saw with their own eyes. The celestial immortals who had been subdued by Gu Fei and had their bodies implanted with restrictive spells turned pale when they saw this. Their master was so powerful. They would probably be his slaves for the rest of their lives. Hand over the world's essence and I will spare your lives. Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Preposterous. The giants were shocked and angry when they heard this. It was absolutely impossible for them to hand over the world's essence. After all, the world's essence was their root. If the root was dug out, even the biggest tree would die. Come at me together. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged on the boulder with a carefree look on his face. At this time, the figures of the 10 giants became even more blurry. However, the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Violent energy waves shook heaven and earth. The 10 giants attacked at the same time. A huge black hole appeared above the mountain where Gu Fei was, and it was expanding rapidly. At this time, Gu Fei raised his right hand and blocked the boundless energy. He had single-handedly blocked the combined attack of the 10 giants. Everyone who saw this scene found it hard to describe how shocked they were. Curse of life and death, Gu Fei shouted. 10 rays of divine light immediately rushed out of his body and entered the bodies of the 10 powerhouses in an instant. What? The 10 giants of the central immortal realm were scared out of their wits. What is that? The 10 giants panicked. The divine light that entered their bodies was definitely not something good. The leaders of the Yu clan and the Feng clan retreated at the same time. The leader of the Blackwater clan, on the other hand, attacked Gu Fei without hesitation. The leader of the Blackwater clan waved a huge flag in his hand, and the entire space rippled like waves in the ocean. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The flag in the leader's hand was the greatest treasure of the Blackwater clan, the Holy Water Flag. Die! The corner of Gu Fei's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. He snapped his fingers. Bam! The leader of the Blackwater clan exploded. His primordial spirit shot up into the sky, trying to escape. You think you can escape? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. With another snap of his fingers, the patriarch of the Blackwater clan was annihilated in both body and soul. The rest of the 9 magnates shuddered in fear when they saw this. Live or die. Choose for yourself. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the mountain peak once more. At this moment, the entire space was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Nobody wanted to die. The 9 of them directly lowered their heads to Gu Fei. This was especially so for the Netherworld Devil Lord. He rushed to Gu Fei and knelt before Gu Fei. The arrogant and unexcelled Netherworld Devil Lord seemed to have changed into a different person. Nobody would have thought that this battle would end like this. 9 out of the 10 giants surrendered. As for the one who didn't surrender, he was directly killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei killing the leader of the Black Water clan was a warning to the others. The immortal martial realm. The 10 strongest powers of the central immortal realms were all subdued by Gu Fei. When this news circulated out, the entire world shook. Nobody would have thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful to this extent. After being struck by Gu Fei's life and death curse, the lives of the 9 giants were no longer in their control. The Xianhua Heavenly Immortal and the others were completely dumbfounded. The 9 giants had all become slaves of their master. Their master was simply too powerful. Even the clan leader of the Long clan had no choice but to lower his head. The people of the Black Water clan were terrified to the extreme. They were afraid that Gu Fei would take revenge on them and annihilate their entire clan. However, Gu Fei didn't make a move. The Black Water clan was a peak existence in the immortal martial realm. But in the eyes of Gu Fei, they were nothing more than ants. He could destroy them with a flick of his finger. Gu Fei. At this moment, a white-haired, white-browed young man suddenly appeared in the void opposite of Gu Fei. The expressions of the 9 giants instantly changed when they saw this person. Dao Lord Qingyun? The Netherworld Devil Lord spoke with great difficulty. The Dao Lord of the Qingyun Dao sect had arrived. The Dao Lord of the Qingyun Dao sect was extremely powerful, but those who had seen him in action before were few in number. He was a super antique who had lived since ancient times. The Dao Lord of the Qingyun Dao sect was definitely a saint-level existence in the past. But now, his cultivation base had fallen by a lot. Do you dare to fight against me? The Dao Lord of the Qingyun Dao sect stared at Gu Fei as he spoke in a low voice. This time, they had lost. And they had lost in an inexplicable manner. The Dao Lord of the Qingyun Dao sect challenged Gu Fei, wanting to decide the outcome with a single battle. Although the Dao Lord of the Qingyun Dao sect was also one of the major powers of the central immortal realms, the sect leader of the Qingyun Dao sect wasn't him, but a junior of his. He didn't cast the life and death curse on Gu Fei. Why not? Chapter 4073. The Azure Cloud Taoist was a supreme antique who had survived the dark ages of the immortal martial realm. He himself was a legend, even stronger than the Flame Monarch. Although the Flame Monarch had also experienced the dark ages, regardless of his cultivation base or fame, he was far inferior to the Azure Cloud Taoist. The Azure Cloud Taoist was one of the few core characters of the immortal martial realm during the dark ages. He was a supreme existence who had the qualifications to participate in the chess game of heaven and earth. The Azure Cloud Taoist was the one who set up the chess game, while the Flame Monarch was merely a chess piece. And now, the Azure Cloud Taoist directly challenged Gu Fei. One must know that if he didn't step out now, Gu Fei would have already unified the immortal martial realm. If Gu Fei unified the immortal martial realm, no one would be able to stop him from obtaining the origin energy of heaven and earth. The origin energy of the immortal martial realm to the entire immortal martial realm was directly related to whether or not the immortal martial realm existed. The Azure Cloud Taoist naturally didn't wish to see the immortal martial realm destroyed, causing millions of lives to be lost. Hence, he couldn't allow Gu Fei to obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth. I can fight you, but you'll have to get through them first. Gu Fei waved his hands as the 9 hegemons instantly stepped out, blocking the Azure Cloud Taoist. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. The Blackwater clan lord could be killed by Gu Fei with the flick of a finger. The curse Gu Fei placed on them was simply too powerful. Taoist, we have no choice but to do this. The Dragon King helplessly spoke to the Azure Cloud Taoist. Ancestor, why don't we just surrender? The Azure Cloud sect leader also persuaded. The Azure Cloud Taoist was his ancestor. His seniority was the highest in the Azure Cloud Tao sect. Even the sect leader had to listen to him obediently. But now, in order to preserve his life, the Azure Cloud sect leader had no choice but to brace himself and fight against his ancestor. Tao Master Blue Cloud didn't even look at Blue Cloud sect master. The next moment, everyone only felt as if there was a flash of light in front of them. Then, Blue Cloud sect master's entire body suddenly split in half without warning. The pitiful Azure Cloud sect leader didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. What? When the other giants saw this, they were extremely shocked. Tao Master, you. Dark Hell Devil Master stared at Tao Master Qingyun nervously. I'm just cleaning the house, Tao Master Qingyun said indifferently. The foreheads of the 8 giants were sweating. They didn't even see how Tao Master Qingyun attacked. Tao Master Qingyun's attack was too fast. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was sitting on the rock, took out a chair. He was lying on the chair and eating the immortal fruits that Emo Xian brought over. Only he could see through Tao Lord Qingyun. Tao Lord Qingyun actually ignored the distance of space and mastered the power of space-time. This Tao Master Qingyun seems to be very strong. Can your new subordinates do? Emo Xian glanced at Tao Lord Qingyun and said, Won't we know once we fight? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Tao Lord, please don't make things difficult for us. The master of the Xin family stared at Tao Master Qingyun and said in a deep voice, All of you come at me together. Tao Master Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back. The wind blew his white hair. Kill. Dragon Master was the first to attack. He roared angrily, and the golden dragon energy around his body surged. A huge dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The battle spear in his hand turned into a golden dragon and pounced at Tao Master Qingyun. The wind and clouds became chaotic. The moment Dragon Master attacked, the entire sky became extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. Roar! The Nether Demon Lord attacked as well. Endless nether demonic energy erupted from his body. A terrifying demonic figure appeared in the sky and slapped towards Tao Master Qingyun. The master of the Xin family, the master of the Nebula Palace, the master of the War God Temple, the master of the Feather Clan, the master of the Wind Clan, and the master of the Shadow Clan also attacked at the same time. The master of the Nebula Palace took out the Decimo star map and attacked Tao Master Qingyun. The Decimo star map activated the power of the stars in the sky. The power of the stars shook the sky and the earth. It was as if a star region appeared in the sky. It was extremely shocking. The phantom divine blade of the Shadow Clan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The 6 giants all used their strongest battle strength. It should be known that Tao Master Qingyun was a peerless existence. It was best to kill him in one strike, but this was definitely not an easy task. The 8 giants attacked with all their strength. The sky was directly shattered, and even the chaotic energy was hit out. However, the 8 giants were inexplicably shocked because they found that their attacks were completely ineffective, as if they were hitting the air. The 8 giants were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. Today, I will show you what an invincible sword principle is. Tao Master Qingyun's voice came down from the sky. The next moment, buzz! A ray of sword light rushed out of his body and instantly turned into countless sword shadows that slashed down towards the 8 magnates below in an overwhelming manner. The 8 giants quickly activated their fairy weapons to protect themselves. Roar! A ferocious giant dragon rushed out from the golden dragon armor on Dragon Lord's body. The giant dragon soared into the sky and directly charged into the rain of swords. However, the moment the giant golden dragon came into contact with the rain of swords, it let out a mournful cry and was directly slashed by the rain of swords. Countless golden immortal patterns dissipated in the void. The rain of swords directly slashed Dragon Lord down from the sky. The sword shadows slashed at his body, producing a series of clanging sounds. The Netherworld Demon Lord took out a demonic flag and waved it with all his might. Violent demonic energy gushed out, and on top of the demonic flag, a demonic shadow seemed to have come to life, directly rushing out from the demonic flag. Boom! The moment the demonic shadow appeared, the entire sky exploded. Countless swords that fell from the sky shattered. Tao Master Qingyun was shocked. The demonic shadow roared at the sky. The terrifying demonic sound directly shattered the void, its ferocious might shocking the heavens. Countless experts outside the ancestral ground of the Thousand Worlds sect were shocked to the extreme. No one thought that the Nether Demon Lord would have such a move. The other hegemons immediately retreated far away when they saw that the situation was far from good. The demonic shadow that rushed out from the demonic flag directly soared up into the sky and lunged towards Tao Master Qingyun. This demonic shadow had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in black scales. It was incomparably malevolent. A pair of devil claws directly slashed towards Tao Master Qingyun. Humph, merely a remnant soul. Yet you still dare to be so impudent in front of this lord? Courting death. Tao Master Qingyun coldly laughed. He opened his mouth and a beam of sword light instantly flew out, directly cleaving the great demonic shadow into two. Green Cloud Immortal Slaying Sword? The Nether Demon Lord was greatly shocked when he saw this. Tao Master Qingyun was a supreme sword immortal. In the distant past, he relied on a single sword and was unrivaled in the entire immortal martial realm. He even fought against the other masterminds. After being slashed by Tao Master Qingyun's Green Cloud Immortal Slaying Sword, the demonic shadow directly dissipated in the air. A gash appeared on the devil flag in the Nether Demon Lord's hand, as though it was slashed by a divine weapon. The devil flag was instantly half-destroyed. The Nether Demon Lord was taken aback. In the next instant, he directly kept the flag in his hand and transformed into a beam of demonic light as he fled. However, Tao Master Qingyun already had his eyes on the Nether Demon Lord. The Green Cloud Immortal Slaying Sword directly slashed towards the Nether Demon Lord with extreme speed. The Nether Demon Lord wanted to dodge, but in the next instant, he only felt the space around him suddenly solidifying. Just as the Nether Demon Lord was about to be slashed by Tao Master Qingyun's sword, the clan leader of the Shadow Clan rushed over. A shadow flashed by. Clang! A beam of violet light ruthlessly slashed onto the Green Cloud Immortal Slaying Sword. A shadow-like figure was slashed out from the void. It was none other than the mysterious clan leader of the Shadow Clan who was cloaked in a black cloak. In the hands of the clan leader, there was a divine saber shrouded in violet chi. That divine saber seemed to have no physical body. It was faint and illusory. This was the supreme treasure of the Shadow Clan, the divine virtual saber. The divine virtual saber emitted fluctuations of spatial power. This divine saber was once a divine weapon refined by the ancestor of the Shadow Clan and had been passed down to the present. At this moment, traces of blood seeped out of the hand of the clan leader that was holding the saber. The blood flowed down the blade and then dripped onto the ground from the tip of the saber. Good saber, Tao Master Qingyun exclaimed. The divine saber in the opponent's hand was actually not damaged after clashing head-on with his Green Cloud Immortal Slaying Sword. It must be known that the Green Cloud Immortal Slaying Sword was Tao Master Qingyun's natal sword. It had been refined for countless years and possessed great power. An ordinary golden immortal weapon could be destroyed with one slash. Die! The clan leader of the Shadow Clan directly roared and charged towards Tao Master Qingyun. His figure left a shadow in the void that had yet to dissipate. The moment he charged in front of Tao Master Qingyun, he suddenly disappeared. Secret space technique? The corners of Tao Master Qingyun's mouth rose, and he sneered. Then, he punched the void on the right. Rumble. An incomparably shocking sound rang out as Tao Master Qingyun punched out. The world shook, and an illusory figure was directly punched out. Swoosh! There was a flash of violet light. The divine virtual saber had already broken through the void and instantly arrived above Tao Master Qingyun's head. However, Tao Master Qingyun stretched out his right hand and grabbed the divine virtual saber that was slashing at him. He took the divine virtual saber away. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. In particular, the clan leader of the Shadow Clan was extremely shocked. The divine virtual saber was the supreme treasure of the Shadow Clan. No one had ever been able to take it away from him. The warm-up is over. Let me send you on your way. Chapter 4074. Tao Lord Qingyun was like a supreme sword ancestor descending into the world. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a heavenly sword. From top to bottom, every single pore on his body emitted extremely sharp sword light. Every single sword light was like a supreme heavenly sword. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the sword energy in Tao Lord Qingyun's body erupted. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles would be annihilated. The ancestral ground of the Myriad World sect would naturally cease to exist in an instant. Even the 8 hegemons and the countless experts they brought would die. Only Gu Fei, and those under his protection would be able to survive. Damn it! The faces of the 8 hegemons all changed. Tao Lord Qingyun's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. This fellow was actually stronger than a golden immortal. He was an immortal emperor. The might of an immortal emperor gushed forth in all directions. The sky above the ancestral ground of the myriad world sect changed color as the sun and moon lost their radiance. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth frenziedly gathered towards him. Even the starry sky shone with boundless astral light. Even the astral energy in the starry sky was guided over by Tao Lord Qingyun. You are actually an immortal emperor. The netherworld devil lord had a bitter smile on his face. No wonder the Tao sect could survive for so many years. Not only that, their position as number 1 in the immortal martial realm had never been shaken before. Immortal emperors were definitely the strongest existences in the entire immortal martial realm. Golden immortals were nothing in front of immortal emperors. They could be killed with a single palm. Immortal emperor. To think that there would still be emperors of the immortal Tao in the immortal martial realm. The Dragon Lord's countenance was incomparably heavy. The golden battle dragon armor on his body was completely activated as a towering immortal might erupted from him. In the void, a golden dragon was faintly discernible, emitting a peerlessly powerful energy wave. However, compared to Tao Lord Qingyun, even if the Dragon Lord fully activated his divine armor, it still wouldn't be enough. Because the golden battle dragon armor was only a golden immortal grade immortal weapon. However, a golden dragon scale gradually appeared on the center of the Dragon Lord's brows. The reverse scale of the Dragon Emperor? Tao Lord Qingyun's countenance finally changed. This reverse scale of the Dragon Emperor was extremely powerful. The reason why the Dragon Clan could survive until now was because of this supreme treasure. None of the 10 hegemonic powers in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm were easy to antagonize. All of them had their own trump cards and methods. At this time, the Dark Hell Demon Lord's body also emitted a powerful emperor-level aura. It was a black bone. Although it was only as long as a finger, the demonic aura emitted from it made everyone's heart palpitate. Demon Emperor's true bone? Tao Master Qingyun's face became a little serious. The Demon Emperor's true bone was left behind after the Demon Emperor's death. The Demon Emperor's true bone had condensed all of the Demon Emperor's essence chi. It was similar to the Buddhist Sarira. Good heavens! Standing below the boulder where Gu Fei was, the Myriad World sect leader, Arcane Transformation Celestial Immortal, and the others were all dumbfounded. So, all these big shots of the Central Immortal Domain had their own trump cards. Golden Immortals were a joke in front of these powerhouses. The powerhouses of the Xian family, War God Temple, Nebula Palace, the Winged Race, the Wind Race, and the Shadow Race had no choice but to use their trump cards. These super forces all possessed Emperor-grade treasures that could stabilize their destinies. A star map hovered above the Nebula Palace Lord's head. It was the 10 Directions star map, an Emperor-grade treasure left behind by the 10 Directions Immortal Emperor. Boundless power of stars surged out from the 10 Directions star map, pressuring the void to the point of collapse. An ancient divine drum floated in front of the War God Temple's sect leader. When Tao Master Qingyun saw the divine drum, he was a little surprised. Is this the legendary sky-shaking war drum? The arcane transformation celestial immortal's voice trembled. The sky-shaking war drum was an immortal emperor-grade treasure that the founder of War God Temple, the sky-shaking immortal emperor, had refined for countless years. Even an immortal emperor would have to retreat when the drum sounded. No one could withstand 9 beats of the drum, not even an immortal emperor. The Winged Race's vermilion bird plume, the Wind Race's sky-flipping fan, the Shadow Race's godly void saber, and the Black Water Race's 9 heavens ruinous water were all emperor-grade treasures. In fact, the 10 powerhouses had lost to Gu Fei unjustly. Before they could even use their trump cards, Gu Fei had planted a life and death curse on them. The life and death curse was one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao that Gu Fei had derived from the godly seizing secret art. However, Gu Fei had upgraded it into a secret art that could control the life and death of others. At this time, The remaining 8 powerhouses had no choice but to use their true trump cards in order to survive. Haha, Dao Master Qingyun laughed. Good, good, very good. Let's fight to our heart's content. Dao Master Qingyun's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He clenched his right hand in the void, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. This was his natal weapon, the Qingyun Immortal Slaying Sword. Let's fight, the Dragon Lord roared. The spear in his hand immediately turned into a sharp beam of divine light that pierced towards Dao Master Qingyun. Wherever it passed, the void cracked and a pitch-black hole appeared. The Dragon Emperor reverse scale on the Dragon Lord's forehead emitted a supreme imperial power that enveloped him. At this moment, the Dragon Lord was like the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, his battle strength raised to the limit. Buzz! Dao Master Qingyun shook the Immortal Slaying Sword in his hand. Clang! The Immortal Slaying Sword in Dao Master Qingyun's hand directly chopped the divine light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, the divine light was cut in half and directly shattered in the void. A fairy weapon of the golden immortal level could not withstand a blow from the Immortal Slaying Sword. However, a golden fist fiercely hit the Immortal Slaying Sword. The two figures separated in an instant, and violent sword chi erupted in all directions. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, one sword severing the universe. Dao Master Qingyun roared, and the Qingyun Immortal Slaying Sword in his hand emitted an unprecedented wave of sword chi. The divine sword turned into an immortal swordlight and directly flew towards Master Dragon and the other leaders. One move to kill the 8 powerhouses. This move could swallow mountains and rivers. This move could cut through the universe. Without any suspense, the 8 powerhouses were instantly blasted away. Boom! The Dragon Lord directly smashed into the mountain where Gu Fei was. The entire mountain cracked and was about to collapse in the void. Gu Fei stepped with his right foot and directly stabilized the entire mountain. Can't withstand a single blow. Dao Master Qingyun was insufferably arrogant. He was an immortal emperor, an invincible immortal emperor. How could these guys fight against him with an immortal emperor Dao weapon? Preposterous. The Dragon Lord rushed out of the mountain. He was shocked and angry. He looked down and saw that the golden battle dragon divine sword on his body was covered with cracks and almost shattered. If it was not for the protection of the Dragon Emperor reverse scale, he would have been killed by Dao Master Qingyun. Interesting. Don't destroy this place. You guys should fight in the starry sky. Gu Fei said indifferently. All right. After saying that, Dao Master Green Cloud turned into a sword light and rushed into the starry sky. Chapter 4075. Dao Master Qingyun didn't want to return to the ancestral land of the Myriad World Sect. There were countless cultivators of the human clan in the ancestral land of the Myriad World Sect. If the ancestral land of the Myriad World Sect was destroyed, many would die. Swoosh! Dao Master Qingyun's mythical sword light soared into the sky and rushed into the starry sky. Where do you think you're going? Lord Dragon roared and turned into a golden dragon. He soared into the sky from the mountain peak and rushed into the starry sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Oomph! The dark hell demon lord sneered and took a step forward, directly entering the starry sky. His speed was much faster than the Dragon Lord's heavenly dragon escape. The 8 magnates rushed into the starry sky. Kill! The clan lord of the Feng clan swung his fan at Dao Master Qingyun with all his might. In the next moment, all the stars in front of him exploded. The entire starry sky trembled and the void was silently annihilated. The power of the sky-flipping fan was too powerful. If an ordinary person was hit by the sky-flipping fan, his body and soul would be completely destroyed. However, Dao Master Qingyun stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. The power of the Feng clan lord's fan only caused his clothes to flutter a few times. What? The clan lord of the Feng clan was shocked. This was the extreme emperor immortal weapon, the sky-flipping fan. Even an ordinary immortal emperor wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, Dao Master Qingyun had casually received the fan. Dong! Just at this moment, as the sound of the drum rang out, the entire world trembled. Dao Master Qingyun looked like he was drunk. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the starry sky. Swoosh! A flame flashed and Tao Master Qingyun's clothes were burned to ashes, revealing his muscular upper body. There was a bloody mark on his chest, and the bloody mark was quickly disappearing. In just an instant, the bloody mark disappeared as if it had never been there. Preposterous! Tao Master Qingyun was angry. He was actually injured by these ants. Kill! Without any hesitation, Tao Master Qingyun attacked angrily. The divine sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Formless swords? When the 8 leaders saw this, they hurriedly activated their Emperor Tao artifacts to protect themselves. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as the 8 leaders were sent flying again. This time, they all coughed up blood at the same time. They had received quite a bit of impact. Cutting heaven and earth with one sword. Tao Lord Qingyun held the Qingyun Immortal Slaying Sword in his hand and used this move again. The Shadow Clan leader was directly sliced in half. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The Shadow Clan Patriarch's Divine Void Saber had been stolen by Tao Master Qingyun. Without the Divine Void Saber to protect him, the Shadow Clan Patriarch became the weakest of the 8 magnates. The Shadow Clan Patriarch had fallen. This made the other magnates tremble with fear. Too strong. A giant was born. Nebula Palace's Decimo star map enveloped the surroundings, enveloping Tao Lord Qingyun within it. Endless power of the stars frantically converged towards the Decimo star map. It was as if all the power of the stars in the starry sky was being guided by the Decimo star map. Kill! 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 The other giants roared and attacked. Terrifying energy waves erupted. Sky-flipping fan, Decimo star map, sky-shaking war drum, vermilion bird plume, devil emperor true bone, dragon emperor reverse scale, and Xin family's heaven-stabilizing divine pearl. All the Tao treasures of ultimate emperor flew up and exploded with the terrifying power of an immortal emperor. The combined attack of the 7 giants caused the entire starry sky to explode. The area where Tao Lord Qingyun was located turned into a black hole. The surrounding area of 100,000 li was directly pierced through. Tao Lord Qingyun was directly sent into the depths of the primordial chaos by this attack. This, on the peak of the ancestral land of Myriad World Sect, Gu Fei used the mystic light water mirror art. The scene of the battle in the starry sky appeared on the mirror. He won, Emotioner exclaimed. She never thought that Tao Lord Qingyun was strong enough to force the other magnates to use their immortal Emperor Tao treasures. It's hard to say, Gu Fei said indifferently. It wasn't easy to determine the outcome of a battle of this level. Sure enough, Tao Lord Qingyun broke through the primordial chaos and rushed back. As soon as he came out, he attacked the 7 giants. At this time, his entire body was engulfed in extremely sharp sword light. The 7 giants joined forces and fought against Tao Lord Qingyun. The sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Violent energy spread out, causing damage to the surroundings. Tao Lord Qingyun continuously sent the 7 giants flying. Roar! At this time, a dragon's roar was heard. The Dragon Emperor reverse scale on Dragon Lord's forehead moved. The scale turned into golden energy and poured into his body. Dragon Lord's physique rapidly grew stronger. Roar! Dragon Lord roared towards the sky. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with power. It was as though he could shatter the void with a single punch. The madman of Long family swung his fist at Tao Lord Qingyun. His fist collided with Tao Lord Qingyun's sword qi, producing a series of clanging sounds. Bang! Dragon Lord's fist landed on Tao Lord Qingyun's left shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from Tao Lord Qingyun's body. However, at the moment when Dragon Lord's fist landed on Tao Lord Qingyun's left shoulder, Tao Lord Qingyun's sword had already pierced Dragon Lord. The Qingyun Immortal Slaying Sword pierced through Dragon Lord's body and came out from his back. Damn it! Tao Lord Qingyun's right hand that was holding the Qingyun Immortal Slaying Sword shook violently. He wanted to shatter Dragon Lord's body. However, the Dragon Lord's body was protected by the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. Tao Master Qingyun's attack failed to shatter the Dragon Lord's body. Instead, the Dragon Lord's body caught the divine sword and he could not pull it back. What? Tao Lord Qingyun was shocked. At this time, the immortal Emperor-grade immortal artifact kept bombarding him. This made it difficult for him to deal with it. He was directly sent flying by the sky-flipping fan. Dong! The sky-shaking war drum sounded. Dao Lord Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. This was only the second beat of the war drum. No one had ever been able to withstand 9 beats of the war drum. Usually, those guys would die after 4 or 5 beats. Boom! The Decimo star map of Nebula Palace emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation and directly suppressed Dao Lord Qingyun. Seeing this scene, Emocien and the others were dumbfounded. The 7 magnates were powerful. They could actually defeat Dao Lord Qingyun. This was definitely a good thing for them. Dao Lord Qingyun seems to have an undeserved reputation. Chapter 4076. Dong! The war drum shook the heavens. Everyone felt their blood boiling when they heard it, as if the blood in their bodies was burning. Everyone's divine soul was shaken. Those with weaker cultivation directly fell from the starry sky. They were almost scared out of their wits by the sound of the drum. This was only the second time the battle drum sounded, but all the stars within a radius of 100,000 miles directly exploded. Dao Master Qingyun was the first to bear the brunt. The terrifying sound waves made him dizzy, and he felt as if his soul was about to be shaken out of his body. At this time, the entire starry sky was boiling. A blade light passed through the entire starry sky and directly destroyed countless stars in the void. Dao Master Qingyun was desperate. He used the godly virtual blade that he had stolen from the Shadow Clan. With one slash, he split the starry sky and rushed out from the suppression of the 10-direction star map. However, as soon as he appeared, a piece of demon bone smashed into his head. Dao Master Qingyun only felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. He fell from the starry sky for thousands of miles and smashed into a star. The star exploded and a destructive aura spread in all directions. It was as if an incomparably bright flame had suddenly bloomed in the starry sky. Roar! Dao Master Qingyun roared. His hair was disheveled and blood constantly oozed from his forehead. Traces of blood appeared on his face. His head was almost smashed by the Demon Emperor's real bone. Damn you! Dao Master Qingyun was furious. In the next moment, the sword essence that he had condensed for countless years finally erupted. Buzz! It was as if the 9 heavens' divine sword had been unsheathed. Endless sword light gushed out from every pore on his body. Every sword light pierced through the void between heaven and earth. The clan lord of the Feng clan, who was closer to Dao Master Qingyun, was directly pierced by the sword light. The clan lord of the Feng clan screamed and retreated. The immortal emperor power that erupted from the fan protected his primordial spirit, preventing him from being killed. Tiny holes appeared on the surface of the heaven-flipping fan. This immortal emperor-grade magic treasure was damaged and its power was greatly reduced. Damn it! When the leader of the Feng clan saw this, his heart was bleeding. This was the most precious treasure of the Feng clan. It was damaged and its power was greatly reduced. To the Feng clan, this was definitely a disaster. Not only was the Feng clan master affected, but Dao Master Qingyun also attacked the 7 giants indiscriminately. The Netherworld Demon Lord activated the Devil Emperor's True Bone. A monstrous devil chi rushed out from the Devil Emperor's True Bone, and a vague devil shadow emerged on the Devil Emperor's True Bone. The mysterious demonic shadow threw out a punch and blocked the countless sword lights that pierced through it. However, in the next moment, the sword light broke through the mysterious demonic figure's power and pierced the Demon Emperor's True Bone, producing a metallic clang. A small piece of true bone blocked Dao Master Qingyun's invincible sword light. However, the bone could only protect the Dark Demon Lord's soul. Streaks of light directly pierced through the Dark Demon Lord's body. The Nether Demon Lord was severely injured. The sword chi had invaded his body and was constantly destroying his life force. At this moment, the Dragon Lord was also attacked. However, the Dragon Lord had fused with the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. Dao Master Qingyun's invincible sword chi could not hurt him at all. Roar! The golden dragon rampaged amidst the boundless sword light. Wherever it passed, the sword light would shatter and dissipate into the void, completely disappearing. Swoosh! The golden dragon stretched out its claw and slapped at Tao Master Qingyun. Rumble! Wherever the dragon's claw passed, the endless sword light collapsed and disappeared. Just as the dragon's claw reached the top of Tao Master Qingyun's head, a particularly dazzling sword light soared into the sky and flashed past. The dragon's claw was actually cut down by the sword light. That was an immortal sword, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Clang! Tao Master Qingyun's sword fiercely struck the Dragon Lord, sending him flying 100 li away. The divine pearl of the Xian clan was also sent flying. All the immortal emperor-grade immortal weapons could not withstand Tao Master Qingyun's sword, and were all sent flying. The formation of the 7 magnates was instantly broken by Tao Master Qingyun. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Tao Master Qingyun was a living immortal emperor after all. The Dark Devil Lord and the others were merely relying on their immortal emperor-grade immortal weapons to fight against Tao Master Qingyun. It seems like they can't hold on any longer. Mo Xian, who was watching the battle from the top of a mountain in the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect, exclaimed. The 7 magnates were unimaginably powerful. Any one of them could kill her with a single finger. Such existences were enough for her to look up to, but now she was following Gu Fei. There was no need for her to look up to these fellas. Only these fellas could look up to her. Master, what should we do? Zhou Ziru asked nervously. At this moment, everyone on the top of the mountain was looking at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was watching the battle with the mystic light technique in the sky above the mountain. The battle in the starry sky appeared in the void above the mountain. Tao Master Qingyun was invincible, suppressing the 7 magnates. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Only Gu Fei's expression was calm, as if he didn't care. From Gu Fei's point of view, no matter how strong an immortal emperor was, he couldn't be stronger than a sage, an extreme Tao sovereign, or an eternal sovereign. Although Gu Fei was only a worldly immortal, he had the eternal true bone. His physique was so strong that he wouldn't even be afraid of an immortal emperor, let alone a golden immortal. He didn't say anything and just smiled. In the next moment, a black shadow appeared in the sky above the mountain. This person was dressed in black and looked exactly like Gu Fei. It was his avatar. Gu Fei's avatar took a step forward and disappeared in the void. When it reappeared, the black-robed Gu Fei had already entered the starry sky. Come at me. Tao Master Qingyun seemed to have gone mad. With a saber in one hand and a sword in the other, he madly attacked the black-robed Gu Fei. Swish! With a wave of his right hand, an immortal sword ray immediately rushed out from his hand and instantly fell on the head of the black-robed Gu Fei. Clang! The powerful sword directly hit the head of the black-robed Gu Fei. However, the supreme sword in Tao Master Qingyun's hand, which was said to be able to slay immortals and gods, bounced back. Gu Fei's avatar had been tempered thousands of times. How could a mere immortal emperor's sword hurt it? The black-robed Gu Fei completely ignored the immortal-slaying sword. He directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the immortal-slaying sword in the hand of Tao Master Qingyun. At the same time, the black-robed Gu Fei's left fist had already hit the chest of Tao Master Qingyun. Bang! With a muffled sound and a flash of blood, Tao Master Qingyun's body was actually punched through by the black-robed Gu Fei. The bloody fist came out of Tao Master Qingyun's back. This? Chapter 4077. Gu Fei's clone punched through the body of the Azure Cloud Taoist with a single punch. This caused everyone who saw this to be completely dumbfounded. That was an immortal emperor that had lived from ancient times until now. Azure Cloud Taoist should have been invincible in the immortal martial realm. However, he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't act, only his clone acted. Azure Cloud Taoist, who suppressed the 7 hegemons, was almost blasted apart by a single punch from Gu Fei. Azure Cloud Taoist was directly blasted 1,000 miles away by a single punch from Gu Fei. The true blood of an immortal emperor rained down from the sky. Each drop of immortal emperor true blood was comparable to a supreme medicinal herb. Among the 10 hegemons of the immortal martial realm, there were many alchemists. When they saw this scene, their eyes all turned red. Immortal Emperor True Blood could be used to concoct supreme medicine. If they could obtain a drop of Immortal Emperor True Blood, these alchemists would be able to concoct pills that could raise their cultivation bases. Although it wasn't a divine pill, it was close to it. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao rang out from Azure Cloud Taoist. Countless immortal runes interweaved on his body as his injuries rapidly healed. The 7 hegemons all retreated when they saw Gu Fei acting. These fellows had lived for countless years. They had no choice but to fight against Azure Cloud Taoist. Their little lives were in the hands of Gu Fei. They could only brace themselves and fight. Other than the clan leader of the Blackwater clan being killed by Gu Fei with a flick of his fingers, the Azure Cloud sect leader and the clan leader of the Shadow clan both died in the hands of Azure Cloud Taoist. 3 of the 10 hegemons had fallen. To the central immortal realms, this was definitely a heaven-piercing matter. The balance of power in the central immortal realms was about to be reshuffled. Roar! Azure Cloud Taoist roared at the heavens. In just a few breaths of time, his injuries were completely healed. The powerful pressure he exuded caused the entire starry space to tremble. Boundless astral energy frenziedly gathered towards Azure Cloud Taoist, being converted into his own sword Tao. One with the sword, Azure Cloud Taoist directly fused with the Azure Cloud Battle God sword he had cultivated for countless years. In just an instant, a startling sword light appeared in the sky. Buzz! The cry of the sword reached the heavens, and the shocking sword light swept across thousands of miles. The sword light made a turn in the starry sky, and it directly went for the black-robed Gu Fei. Wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. The black-clad Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and slapped away the sword light that was slashing at him. Seeing this, the Nether Demon Lord was indescribably shocked. Master's clone was already so powerful. Wouldn't his original body be even more powerful? The other magnates were also dumbfounded. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Whoosh! The sword light streaked across the sky, directly destroying countless stars. A terrifying destructive force came down from the starry sky, causing the billions of living beings on the ground to tremble. Tao Master Qingyun, countless cultivators looked up into the starry sky in fear. That immortal sword light could be clearly seen even from the ground. However, in the next moment, the dazzling sword light vanished in an instant. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked and in disbelief. The peerless experts who were watching the battle in the starry sky were even more shocked, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground, because they saw an incredible scene. The black-robed Gu Fei actually opened his mouth and directly swallowed the dazzling sword radiance that pierced through. This was the invincible sword radiance formed by Tao Master Qingyun's man and sword fusion. At this time, the black-clothed Gu Fei was equivalent to swallowing a person in one bite. Poor Tao Master Qingyun. He died just like that. After being swallowed by Gu Fei's clone, even a sage would not be able to escape the fate of being refined, let alone an immortal emperor. Tao Master Qingyun died just like that? That was an immortal emperor. He swallowed an immortal emperor? The Nether Demon Lord and the other magnates were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. They looked at the black-clothed Gu Fei in a different way, and they were even more in awe. In the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian were also shocked to the extreme. Never would they have thought that the battle in the starry sky would end in such a manner. Master is invincible. Zhou Zairu was incomparably agitated. She was very clear what this meant. Right now, even the strongest existence in the immortal martial realm, Tao Master Qingyun, wasn't a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei was invincible in the immortal martial realm. Nobody dared to act against him anymore. Invincible. Mo Xian had a complicated look on her face as she stared at Gu Fei. As for the Myriad World sect leader and the others, they had a different kind of feeling. Gu Fei was invincible. In that case, they had completely lost all hope of regaining their freedom. They would have to obediently be Gu Fei's servants for the rest of their lives. The Nether Demon Lord and the other magnates couldn't sit still anymore. However, nobody bothered with them. Even for Gu Fei, Subduing these fellows was just a spur of the moment. The curtains of the great battle ended. Gu Fei ascended to the peak, staring down at the millions and millions of lives in the immortal martial realm. 3 days later, a group of people arrived at the outskirts of the immortal martial realm. Among these people, the ones leading the way were none other than the Nether Demon Lord and the others. These magnates were all existences that could cause the entire immortal martial realm to tremble with just a single step. Great Earth Ancestor Veins. When Gu Fei arrived, he instantly saw the truth of this place. This place was none other than the center of the immortal martial realm, and there were many great Earth Ancestor veins condensing underground. The entire area of a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by a supreme killing formation. No matter who it was, even if they were immortal emperors, if they barged in, only death would await them. Master, we can only come here. In front of a memorial arch, the Nether Demon Lord and the others halted. Behind the memorial arch was the true killing ground. Even if a deity was here, they wouldn't dare to barge in. Master, do you really want to enter? Zhou Zairu worriedly asked. I have to obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth no matter what. Gu Fei had a heavy expression on his face. If he could obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth and refine it, he would be able to recover at least 10% of his cultivation base. Even if he could only recover 10% of his cultivation base, he would be able to return to the primogenitor realm. To Gu Fei, the primogenitor realm was the place all experts yearned for even in their dreams. The existence of the immortal martial realm was merely limited to the immortal martial realm. To the countless cultivators of the immortal martial realm, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Gu Fei glanced at the Nether Demon Lord and the others before directly stepping into the killing ground, vanishing from the vision of everyone. The Nether Demon Lord and the others couldn't help but exchange mutual glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Everyone was waiting in front of the memorial arch. Gu Fei could devour the Azure Cloud Dao Sovereign alive. Maybe he could also break the killing formation within the Absolute Kills sect and obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth. And at this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have entered a different world. After advancing for tens of miles, a boundless desert actually appeared in front of him. How is this possible? Chapter 4078. There was an extremely mysterious place in the immortal martial realm. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even know of this place. Even some aristocratic clans and sects didn't know of it. Only those aristocratic clans and sects that had existed for countless years had the qualifications to know of this place. In the deepest depths of the central immortal realms, there was a true celestial ground. Over here, there was an indescribably beautiful scenery. Immortal chi permeated the air, and because no one had ever come here before, there were no roads here. Gu Fei strolled about in this celestial realm, as though he had separated himself from the mortal world. Everywhere he looked, he could see old medicinal herbs growing in the mountain streams, beside boulders, under trees. Although he was very far away, Gu Fei could already smell the fragrance of herbs. Not far away, there was a ginseng emperor growing beside a boulder, and in the middle of a spring, there was a 9th-ranked immortal lotus. Faintly, he could see immortal beasts drinking water in the mountain streams. This place was extremely calm and peaceful, causing Gu Fei to feel extremely comfortable. He wanted to continue walking like this forever. However, after walking for tens of miles, the scenery in front of Gu Fei suddenly changed. A boundless desert appeared in front of him. Gu Fei furrowed his brows. This kind of visual impact caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. A wave of heat gushed over as he felt his body heating up. There was a situation. Gu Fei's heart trembled. Given his current cultivation base, he should be impervious to heat and cold. But now, he actually felt heat. Swish! A violet scar appeared in the center of Gu Fei's brows, as though a divine eye was about to open. A powerful surge of divine sense gushed forth from the scar, instantly enveloping the area 10,000 miles in front of him. Within this 10,000-mile radius, even the slightest changes would be instantly sensed by him. However, in the next instant, Gu Fei couldn't help but to be shocked. He actually couldn't sense anything at all. Everything in front of him seemed to be an illusion, nothing but the void. How can this be? Gu Fei was infuriated. Seems like everything in front of him was just an illusion. To be able to make illusions so real, the person must definitely be a supreme expert. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to do so. Sage? To think that a mid-tier world like the immortal martial realm would once have a saint. Gu Fei was a little surprised. It should be known that sages were not like immortals and gods. Even in high-class great worlds, sages were experts and overlords of a region. The immortal martial realm didn't have the boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth for sages to cultivate. When saints cultivated, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi they consumed was simply unimaginable. Most probably, a single breath was sufficient to devour the entire immortal martial realm. It should be known that a mid-grade heaven and earth could only give birth to an immortal emperor. Above the immortal emperor were the gods who could shatter the void and enter the heavenly divine realm. Ever since the immortal martial realm experienced that dark commotion, no one else was able to ascend to the heavenly god realm. Dao's sovereign green cloud originally had a high chance of ascending. Unfortunately, he was swallowed by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the desert ahead. The entire world shook, and then, an army of thousands of horses galloped over. An extremely shocking voice rang out from the desert. Rumble. From afar, a yellow cloud of dust appeared. It was like a gigantic wave of yellow sand gushing over, causing the sand to soar high up into the sky. As the wave of sand got closer and closer, Gu Fei felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. All of this didn't seem to be an illusion. However, Gu Fei remained unmoving like a mountain, allowing the wave of sand that was even taller than a mountain to crash over. Boom! That wave directly slammed into Gu Fei. In the next instant, Gu Fei was actually flung through the air. The entire space was instantly filled with boundless yellow sand. So this is the case. Preposterous. Gu Fei was infuriated. His body trembled as a violent surge of energy gushed forth from him, causing the surrounding sand to be blasted away. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out in the air. At this moment, outside the forbidden ground of the central immortal realms, everyone was indescribably shocked. That is, Zhou Zairu stared in shock at the back of the memorial arch. An extremely violent energy fluctuation gushed out from within, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. In the next instant, the white jade memorial arch at the entrance of the forbidden ground seemed to have come to life as resplendent rainbow-colored light shot out from it. It was like an unparalleled expert had awoken from his slumber. The energy radiating from the memorial arch directly suppressed the entire region. Gu Fei fought against the thing inside so quickly? Emocian, exclaimed in shock. The number 1 forbidden ground of the immortal martial realm was definitely filled with countless dangers. Back then, those major characters of the immortal martial realm had laid down layers of killing formations here. There were even saints who acted. Those saints weren't existences the aboriginals of the immortal martial realm could compare to. As for the netherworld devil lord and the others, their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. One must know that if Gu Fei died inside, they might have to be buried together with him. However, they didn't wish to see Gu Fei coming out alive. The major characters of the immortal martial realm all felt extremely conflicted in their hearts. Master will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Sword Immortal Clearwind had a heavy expression on his face. Among those fellows who submitted to Gu Fei, only Sword Immortal Clearwind was sincere in his loyalty, sincerely treating Gu Fei as his master. However, Zhou Zairu and Emocian's hearts were still heavy. Rumble. At this moment, incomparably thunderous sounds rang out from within the forbidden ground. Even the memorial arch was trembling, causing the spectators outside to be indescribably shocked. Bang! Boom! Within the forbidden ground, Gu Fei was fighting against an illusory figure. The two of them moved rapidly in the air, and every time they clashed, the surrounding space would instantly crumble apart as a gigantic black hole appeared in the middle of the void. You are merely a remnant soul, yet you actually dare to obstruct me? Gu Fei spoke as he attacked. A powerful divine sense gushed forth from the center of his brows. This was a communication between divine senses that transcended language and race. That illusory figure didn't say anything. He only focused on attacking Gu Fei. Boom. The illusory figure blasted out a punch. Boundless yellow sand immediately condensed into a fist that was even larger than a mountain in front of his fist. The huge fist that was condensed from yellow sand directly smashed towards Gu Fei. An extremely violent power erupted, and a terrifying aura filled every inch of the space. Fine, then I will let you die once again. Gu Fei let out a long roar and also blasted out a punch. In front of the huge fist made of yellow sand, his fist was incomparably small. However, such a small fist was able to shake a mountain. Boom. With a loud bang, the two fists of different sizes instantly collided. In the next moment, two violent forces erupted at the same time, directly crushing the space within a radius of a dozen miles. The mighty energy storm that swept out in all directions directly destroyed everything. The huge fist that was condensed from yellow sand directly collapsed in the air, turning back into the boundless yellow sand. A blurry silhouette indistinctly appeared in the midst of the yellow sand. Powerful waves of earth attribute energy gushed forth from that silhouette. It was unknown how many times stronger this energy wave was compared to the other hegemons of the immortal martial realm outside. Swish! Gu Fei directly broke through the boundless yellow sand and instantly appeared in front of that silhouette. Stretching out his hands, he directly grabbed towards that silhouette. However, he only managed to grab a handful of yellow sand before that blurry silhouette disappeared completely. Even Gu Fei had no way to sense how this fellow disappeared. The yellow sand churned as that mysterious silhouette directly appeared behind Gu Fei. After that, he soundlessly punched towards Gu Fei's back. Bang! The mysterious silhouette's fist directly smashed into Gu Fei's back. However, Gu Fei's body didn't even sway a little. In the next instant, Gu Fei flipped his palm, directly shattering that silhouette. The yellow sand enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. In this space, that mysterious silhouette was everywhere. This was also an innate technique similar to a domain, but it was many times stronger compared to a domain. That silhouette could condense and disperse at will. After being struck by Gu Fei's palm, it instantly dissipated into the air, as though it didn't receive any impact at all. Good, very good. Gu Fei laughed. Before this fellow died, he was definitely a saint. If not, how could a mere remnant soul be so powerful? It seemed like the immortal martial realm was once ruled by a certain existence. Could it be those fellows from the primogenitor realm? In the primogenitor realm, those hegemons controlled countless worlds. Maybe this immortal martial realm was once the hunting ground of one of those hegemons. However, for some unknown reason, those hegemons gave up on the immortal martial realm and never appeared again. Spirit refinement. Gu Fei roared in rage. In the next instant, the center of his brows split apart as a whirlpool appeared. The strand of divine sense from the surrounding yellow sand was instantly sucked into the center of his brows. Without the support of the divine sense, the yellow sand directly dissipated into the air, no longer condensing together. Roar! The mysterious silhouette struggled and howled in rage, wanting to escape. However, the spirit refinement energy that gushed out from the center of Gu Fei's brows had already absorbed the silhouette, causing the yellow sand to collapse. Within the yellow sand, numerous illusory silhouettes flew out unceasingly and were directly sucked into the whirlpool in the center of Gu Fei's brows. Each and every one of those silhouettes emitted incomparably powerful divine sense fluctuations. These silhouettes all belonged to a single person. Not even an hour later, the remnant soul of that mysterious silhouette was completely devoured by Gu Fei and refined. His soul energy was all absorbed by the eternal true bone in his chest. The boundless yellow sand disappeared, and after the yellow sand dissipated, what appeared in front of Gu Fei was a huge river. A huge river flowing with turbid yellowish-brown water appeared in front of him, and there were some things floating on the surface of the river. Chapter 4079. A river stretched across the sky, blocking the way forward. The corpse water flowed down from upstream, flowing to an unknown destination. Corpses floated up and down on the surface of the river. The corpses looked like they had just died, and their faces were vivid and lifelike. Gu Fei saw a corpse a few miles away from him with a bloody hole in its head. Blood seemed to be seeping out of the hole. The opposite shore could not be seen, and the surface of the lake was shrouded in a deathly gray mist. Deep within the mist, the sound of water splashing could be heard from time to time, as if something was stirring up waves in the dead river. Moreover, what surprised Gu Fei was that the dead river seemed to have some kind of power that was blocking his divine telekinesis. Boom! Gu Fei punched forward, and a violent fist force immediately erupted from his fist. In the next moment, the dead river in front of him surged with huge waves, revealing the bottom of the river. The bottom of the river was hundreds of feet deep, and the bottom was filled with white bones. Some belonged to humans, and some belonged to different races. They were all white bones, and most of them were from the human race. Gu Fei even saw a dragon skeleton. Only half of the dragon skeleton was exposed, and the other half was still in the water. Even the exposed part of the dragon skeleton was thousands of feet long. It could be seen that when the dragon was alive, it was definitely a huge creature. What's going on? Gu Fei stood by the river and looked around. He could not help but frown. It would be difficult to cross the river, but it was not a problem for him. He had plenty of immortal and divine weapons in his inner world. The raging dead river gradually calmed down. However, at this moment, a wooden boat floated out from the mist on the opposite side, and on the boat stood a humanoid creature. To be more precise, it was a skeleton. A skeleton rowing a boat? Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupil shrank. The skeleton rowed the boat to Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and jumped onto the wooden boat. Then, the skeleton swung its oars and rowed towards the river. Gu Fei stood at the bow of the boat, facing the gusts of death wind. These strong death wind were blocked by an invisible force about a foot away from him. The small skeleton's body was sparkling and translucent like a piece of divine jade. In particular, the soul fire in its skull was incomparably powerful. It was as dazzling as a small sun. This undying creature's cultivation had already surpassed the immortal emperor. Even Dao Sovereign Qingyun might not be a match for this undying creature. The dead river was incomparably vast. After an hour, they still could not see the other side. This made Gu Fei somewhat impatient. The undead creature was still pushing the boat. Suddenly, the surroundings became very quiet. Only the sound of the paddle could be heard. What puzzled Gu Fei was that the corpses in the river had disappeared. Where did they go? Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to lose his patience, a pillar of water suddenly appeared in front of him. This pillar of water soared into the sky, and a terrifying death energy burst out from it. Inside the water column, powerful figures could be seen indistinctly. Is it finally here? Gu Fei stood at the bow with his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the water column in front of him. Plop! The undying skeleton that was rowing the boat actually jumped off the boat. Boom! Another water column soared into the sky. This water column was only a few miles away from the small wooden boat that Gu Fei was on. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that although the water column soared into the sky, the lake was very calm. Boom! 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 Water columns constantly rushed up from all sides of the small wooden boat. In the end, a total of 9 water columns surrounded Gu Fei and the small wooden boat. The terrifying death energy sealed the void around the small wooden boat. Gu Fei could sense everything around him. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified. In the next moment, the small wooden boat under his feet directly collapsed. Gu Fei was directly imprisoned in the void. Splash! The sound of water came from below. A big hand rose from the surface of the water and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Just as the big hand was about to grab Gu Fei, a ball of divine light immediately emerged from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him. The big hand directly grabbed the ball of divine light that emerged from Gu Fei's body and was directly blocked by the ball of divine light. Little guy, obediently accept your death. Perhaps you will suffer less. An old voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. You think you can kill me? Gu Fei laughed. Haha, won't you know whether or not I can kill you after you try? The voice resounded again. Then, the 9 water columns of death directly converged inwards, and the terrifying power of destruction directly obliterated Gu Fei. The surrounding void collapsed and was annihilated. That's it? Gu Fei chuckled. He still stood with his hands behind his back, letting the power of destruction that was enough to obliterate the void to obliterate him. Boom! With a loud bang, the 9 pillars of water merged together in an instant, and the entire void exploded. Huge waves were set off on the calm surface of the river, and the weather between heaven and earth changed color. Gu Fei, who was in the center of the power of destruction, was as still as a mountain. No matter how powerful and terrifying the power of death outside his body was, he still wore a smile on his face and was unmoved. Huh. The mysterious expert hiding in the dark seemed to be startled by this scene as well. A skeletal hand directly broke through the layers of power of destruction and directly grabbed the layer of divine light outside Gu Fei's body. Crack! As if something had been scratched, the layer of divine light outside Gu Fei's body was scratched by the skeletal hand and a fist-sized hole appeared. After the skeletal hand broke through the protective light outside Gu Fei's body, it directly grabbed at Gu Fei's head. On the 5 skeletal hands, there were 5 extremely sharp rays of light. If an ordinary person were to be scratched, there would definitely be 5 bloody holes on their head. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed the skeletal hand. In the next moment, a wave of power came from his hand and directly shattered the skeletal hand. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded and the entire dead river boiled. The originally disappeared corpses suddenly reappeared. Countless corpses floated up from the bottom of the water. Every corpse had their eyes open as if they had been revitalized. Kill him! The mysterious expert roared. In the next moment, a hair-raising scene appeared. The corpses that floated up from the bottom of the water actually moved. Every corpse was surrounded by a strong aura of death. Roar! Countless corpses that seemed to have come back to life roared at the sky. Even Gu Fei felt his scalp go numb when he saw this scene. In the next moment, countless corpses shot up from the dead river and turned into terrifying evil spirits that pounced at Gu Fei. What's the use of having so many ants? Gu Fei chuckled and allowed the corpses that had turned into evil spirits to pounce at him. Bang! As a dull thud was heard, an evil spirit directly collided with the protective light outside Gu Fei's body. However, in the next moment, the evil spirit exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately after, a concentrated collision sound was heard. The evil spirits directly collided with Gu Fei's protective light and exploded into clouds of blood mist. Very soon, Gu Fei was shrouded in the blood mist. At this moment, he was shocked to find that the blood mist was actually corroding his protective light. After his protective light came into contact with the blood mist, it actually dimmed. What a great idea you have! Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, his protective light that had dimmed due to the corrosion of the blood of death became bright again. Who the hell are you? The mysterious expert hiding in the dark was extremely shocked. This seems to be a question that I should be asking. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "You're someone from above?" The person was shocked. So this world has indeed been conquered by someone. Gu Fei didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. However, a mid-tier world like the immortal martial realm shouldn't be able to attract the attention of those hegemons from the ancestral realm. A mid-tier world was only a place for those aristocrats in the ancestral realm to roam and hunt when they had nothing better to do. If those aristocrats came to a mid-tier world like the immortal martial realm, they would definitely be invincible existences. Immortal emperors, deities, they were all lowly life forms that could be slapped to death with a single palm. As expected, you are not someone from this world. Which world did you come from? The mysterious expert was incomparably shocked. At this moment, the countless evil spirits had already completely engulfed Gu Fei. There were still countless evil spirits rushing out from the Death River. They were like puppets, directly rushing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled. He didn't say anything. After that, he flicked his sleeves as an extremely violent astral wind arose, sweeping away the blood mist as well as the countless evil spirits that were rushing towards him. Countless evil spirits were directly shattered into pieces in the air. With Gu Fei at the center, the entire surface of the river sank several hundred meters. Boom! In the next instant, Gu Fei directly split the water path and rushed forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was smashed into pieces, leaving behind a long scar on the surface of the river. Very quickly, they saw an ancient palace floating on the surface of the river in front of them. It was a great palace built from white bones. It was as tall as a mountain and gave off a powerful pressure. Within the bone palace, everything was pitch black, with death chi swirling around it. At the instant Gu Fei arrived, 2 spots of green light suddenly lit up within the bone palace. Boom! In the next instant, a boundless death chi akin to the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes erupted from the bone palace, causing the entire sky to turn dark. A gigantic black silhouette appeared in the airspace above the bone palace. Gu Fei halted, standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly stared at the black silhouette above the bone palace. The existence within the bone palace was none other than the fellow that acted against him earlier. At this moment, a figure walked out from the bone palace. Chapter 4080. Gu Fei directly broke through the boundless mist of death, splitting the waterway as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the Death River. There was a bone palace floating on the surface of the river. The entire bone palace was enveloped by a dense aura of death. Looking inside, it was pitch black. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation base, he couldn't see what was inside the bone palace. However, just as Gu Fei stopped, boom! The entire bone palace suddenly trembled violently. In the next instant, boundless death chi erupted from the bone palace. The boundless energy shook the heavens and earth. A black silhouette appeared in the air above the bone palace. 2 blood-colored lights shot out from the eyes of this black silhouette, sweeping towards Gu Fei. "Little fellow, are you rushing here to die?" A divine sense rippled out from the bone palace. After which, a silhouette walked out from the bone palace. Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up when he saw this human-shaped fellow. "It's you." Gu Fei would never have imagined that this fellow who walked out from the bone palace was actually the undying skeleton that came to pick him up on the small wooden boat. "Are you surprised?" the undying skeleton asked. Its eyes shone with a soul light akin to 2 sharp swords. "I'm just surprised." Gu Fei lightly smiled as he shook his head. This fellow really treated him as a character. However, in his eyes, this fellow was no different from an ant. One must know that in his inner world, there was an army of death led by the 3 emperors of death. Any one of them was countless times stronger than this undying skeleton. If he released the army of death, it would definitely not be a problem to sweep through the entire immortal martial realm. So what if you were someone from above? It's not like I haven't killed those people before. Not the skeleton coldly laughed. Are you the subordinate of that giant from the primogenitor realm? Gu Fei suddenly asked. Primogenitor realm? What is that? The undying skeleton asked. So you don't even know about the primogenitor realm? You actually dare to be impudent in front of me? Gu Fei's voice turned cold. What's with the nonsense? After killing you and devouring your vitality, I will be able to regenerate my flesh and reverse the cycle of life and death, the undying skeleton said with a sneer. Hee hee. Gu Fei chuckled and said, Then come and kill me? The undying skeleton sneered. In the next moment, a powerful soul force erupted from its head and a sword shadow appeared in the void. This was the Sword of Death. Whoosh! The Sword of Death, formed from soul power, pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei casually pointed a finger with his right hand and directly touched the death sword that was piercing towards him. In the next moment, the death sword directly shattered. You want to kill me with just this? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Fei smiled faintly as he took a step forward. At this moment, the black shadow in the sky above the bone palace suddenly made a move. A huge palm that was like a mountain slammed towards Gu Fei. The violent power of death directly shattered the void. Gu Fei did not even look at the huge palm that was slapping down from the sky. He only waved his hand upwards, and the huge palm directly shattered in the void. Eat my fist. Gu Fei clenched his right hand and directly punched forward. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it erupted with a powerful momentum that was pressing forward. The undying skeleton also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the undying skeleton's entire arm as if it could shatter at any time. Gu Fei's right fist shook, and an even more powerful force erupted from his fist. Then, the bones in the undying skeleton's entire arm were shattered. It was directly sent flying thousands of feet away and almost smashed into the bone palace. Just like an ant, Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the undying skeleton. Then, he stomped his foot. Rumble. As soon as Gu Fei stepped out, the void under his feet immediately collapsed. Bam! Without any suspense, Gu Fei stomped the undying skeleton down from the sky with a single kick. Boom! The undying skeleton directly smashed into the river. Roar! The undying skeleton roared and broke out of the river. Die! Gu Fei pointed his finger at the undying skeleton's glabella. In the next moment, the soul divine light in the undying skeleton's head was directly shattered. The undying skeleton directly fell from the sky. This time, this powerful undying creature did not rush out of the river again. Gu Fei smashed the bone palace that was floating on the surface of the river and sank it into the river. Swoosh! Gu Fei's big sleeves fluttered as he swept across the sky above the river. He strode forward in the void. After half an hour, Gu Fei finally saw the other side. This made him feel incredible. This dead river was really too vast. In half an hour, he could fly for God knows how many miles. Just when Gu Fei was about to leave the dead river, the entire dead river suddenly rolled. Mysterious tentacles rushed out of the river and strangled Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei's body shook. In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword aura rushed out from his body and cut off all the tentacles. When Gu Fei rushed out of the dead river behind him disappeared. He did not know where it went. The dead river was not an illusion, but something that really existed. When the dead river disappeared, a world of ice and snow appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was snowing. He saw snowflakes floating in the sky, and a chill hit his body. Gu Fei could not help but shiver. He did not hesitate and directly walked forward. No matter what danger there was in front of him, he was confident that he could handle it. Roar! Just as he walked into this world of ice and snow, a terrifying roar came from the snowy mountains. Rumble! The snowy mountains suddenly exploded with an extremely shocking sound. Endless snow and ice slid down from the peaks, forming a terrifying avalanche. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Just as he passed by a snowy mountain, a fist directly smashed down from the sky towards his head. A violent aura spread in all directions. Gu Fei took a step forward and easily dodged the fist. Boom! The huge fist directly hit the ground and actually made a big pit. The snow and ice on the ground were shaken up into the sky. The figure of a giant ape appeared from the side of the snowy mountain. This was a fierce beast, the snow ape. This snow ape was incomparably huge. Its fist was as big as a small mountain, and it could smash a snowy mountain with one blow. You want to play? Gu Fei smiled and then reached out his hand to draw a line in the void. A crack immediately appeared, and then a figure rushed out from the crack. It was a dragon, a huge dragon. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty in all directions. The pressure of the dragon caused the surrounding void to tremble. As soon as the snow ape saw this huge dragon, it immediately retreated, not wanting to provoke it. However, the huge dragon did not let the snow ape go. It directly rushed towards the snow ape with its fangs and claws, pinning the snow ape to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The huge dragon strangled the snow ape to death and then swallowed it. Gu Fei did not keep this huge dragon into his inner world. Instead, he rushed into the sky and directly stood on the dragon's head. He stood on the dragon's head with his hands behind his back and rushed into the depths of this world of ice and snow. Little guy, you actually managed to break into this place. How rare. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Gu Fei's mind. As easy as turning over my hand, Gu Fei stood on the dragon's head and said indifferently, "Is that so?" The mysterious man's tone was still calm, as if he had nothing to do with the world. "Are you going to make way, or do you want me to fight my way in?" Gu Fei did not stop and continued to rush forward on the huge dragon. "Pass." The mysterious man seemed to sigh. Then, the entire world of ice and snow disappeared as if it had never appeared. Gu Fei was very clear that the world of ice and snow earlier was not an illusion. It seemed like those fellows were using their inner world to set up a killing formation. Regardless of victory or defeat, they would be able to retract their inner world. The mysterious man actually allowed Gu Fei to pass and did not attack Gu Fei. After which, Gu Fei saw an incomparably shocking scene. In front of him, countless glowing objects coiled around an incomparably huge black dragon. Gu Fei directly opened his heavenly eye and saw the black dragon disappear. In its place, a divine pearl appeared in front of him. Boundless primordial chaos chi was concentrated on this divine pearl. The mystical divine pearl unceasingly manifested the heaven and earth, the void, and the myriad of living beings in this world. Gu Fei directly stepped forward and directly chopped down on a glowing rope-like object. Swish! Wherever the blade light passed, the glowing rope was still there. Huh. Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback. He didn't think that the forbidden techniques here would be so profound. This was definitely not something that the living beings of the immortal martial realm could use. Roar! The huge dragon beneath Gu Fei's feet suddenly let out a long roar as it opened its mouth and spat out a gush of divine fire. Everywhere the divine fire enveloped, the space was incinerated into nothingness. However, it was still useless. Interesting. Gu Fei laughed. The source energy of heaven and earth was right in front of him, yet he couldn't obtain it. This caused him to feel somewhat depressed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the dragon's head and deduced the formation. Formation diagrams appeared in the void one after another. Both in the void and on the ground, there were diagrams everywhere. Kill! Gu Fei abruptly stood up and directly stabbed out with a finger. An incomparably sharp divine light instantly shot out from his finger, shattering a rock tens of miles away. In the next instant, an incomparably thunderous sound rang out. The formation that was suppressing the source energy of heaven and earth started to crumble as countless formation inscriptions started to dissipate. Chapter 4081. Rumble. The collapsing formation was actually rapidly recovering. A new formation core was formed. This was actually a formation that could automatically recover. It was incomparably miraculous. The formation core would immediately reform after being destroyed. Gu Fei didn't feel surprised. After all, this was a formation that could lock down the source energy of heaven and earth. How could it be broken so easily? The scene in front of him was truly terrifying. A gigantic dragon that was countless times larger than a mountain was locked down by boundless law energy. The gigantic dragon seemed to be in a deep slumber. The air it breathed out stirred up the surroundings, and with every breath it took, it caused the weather to change. And when Gu Fei acted, the slumbering gigantic dragon was directly jolted awake. Roar! The gigantic dragon roared in rage. The surrounding space instantly crumbled apart. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles instantly transformed into primordial chaos. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he emotionlessly watched this scene. This gigantic dragon was none other than the source energy of heaven and earth of the immortal martial realm. The source energy of heaven and earth transformed into a gigantic dragon, and if this dragon was given enough time, it could transform into the ancestral dragon of this world. The source energy of heaven and earth was actually the heavenly Tao. The life forms formed from the heavenly Tao were definitely the strongest existences in this world. They were the absolute rulers. In the immortal martial realm, let alone immortal emperors, Even existences that could shatter space and ascend to the heavenly god realm wouldn't be able to do anything to this gigantic dragon. Only those fellows from the upper realms had the ability to lock down the heavenly Tao of a mid-tier world. Human, if you release me, I am willing to serve you as my master. A voice abruptly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Interesting. Gu Fei laughed. The gigantic dragon formed from the heavenly Tao already had its own will. To the immortal martial realm, this wasn't a good thing. One must know that the heavenly Tao was the purest and most just. Once the heavenly Tao had its own will, it would no longer be pure. The heavenly Tao would destroy all life forms that could threaten it. Release me quickly. The gigantic dragon suddenly turned ferocious. Its eyes that were even more resplendent than divine suns gleamed with a fearsome light. Release you? Sure. Gu Fei smiled and made his move. The law of the great path condensed in his hand, and a heavenly blade appeared in front of him, emitting astonishing power waves. Go. Gu Fei waved his right hand. In the next moment, the heavenly blade floating in front of him immediately turned into an immortal blade light and slashed at the divine law chains that bound the dragon. With a flash of blade light, a divine chain formed from the power of laws wrapped around the dragon's claw was directly cut off. This time, he finally succeeded. It wasn't easy to break through this imprisonment formation. In the next moment, the broken divine chain of laws was directly connected back together. Roar! The heavenly dragon was furious. It struggled with all its might, and an unprecedentedly powerful and ferocious aura erupted from its body. The heavenly dragon had turned into an evil dragon. Buzz! The void trembled, and violent dragon might spread in all directions. Countless runes appeared in the chaos, and they intertwined to form ancient pictures. The formation drew in an unimaginable power, firmly suppressing the dragon. The power of the origin source of heaven and earth was absolutely invincible in the immortal martial realm. But unfortunately, the existence that suppressed the dragon was not a creature of the immortal martial realm. Rumble. Each of the divine law chains emitted boundless lightning, and in the next moment, the heavenly dragon was completely enveloped by destructive lightning. The dragon roared unceasingly, and finally transformed into a huge divine pearl. This was the original appearance of the origin source of heaven and earth. Countless bolts of lightning were still bombarding the divine bead of origin. A ferocious dragon shadow loomed over the divine bead. Divine chains of law were still firmly locking down the divine bead of origin. Gu Fei no longer attacked. He just stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of indifference on his face. He could sense that the power of the formation and the origin source of heaven and earth were both weakening, and the power between the two was mutually canceling out. This was definitely a good thing for Gu Fei. It would be best if the two forces fought until both sides were injured, so he could take advantage of the situation and devour the two forces in one fell swoop. At that time, he would be able to recover a stronger cultivation base. But soon, the divine pearl gradually calmed down, and it no longer struggled. The entire formation also gradually came to a stop. The divine pearl of heaven and earth became obedient. That's it? Gu Fei smiled. The origin source of heaven and earth had already developed its own will, and it naturally wouldn't fight to the death against the formation that suppressed it. Moreover, even if this creature wanted to fight to the death against the formation, it wouldn't be able to. Wanting to take advantage of the situation really isn't an easy thing to do. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stretched his waist, loosened his joints, and did some warm-up exercises. The next moment, his expression turned solemn, and he stared indifferently at the divine pearl in front of him, his eyes incomparably sharp. Little guy, are you going to fight for real? Then let me see what you've got. The voice of the heavenly spirit directly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. My ability, is it something that you can imagine? Gu Fei said indifferently. What a big tone. The heavenly spirit said disdainfully. Thunder, come. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and an incomparably shocking sound of thunder resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a bolt of purple divine thunder cut through the void, directly bombarding the divine pearl. Little brat, you win. The heavenly spirit was shocked and angry. That was the most powerful 9 heavens purple thunder of the immortal martial realm. Although it couldn't hurt it, it was still very uncomfortable to be struck by this divine thunder. Fire, come. As Gu Fei's voice faded, monstrous divine fire descended from the sky, directly enveloping the heavenly spirit pearl and the entire formation. The heavenly fire burned the prairie, causing the void to distort. Boom. In the next moment, the entire formation abruptly exploded. The terrifying power of the formation directly dispersed the endless heavenly fire summoned by Gu Fei. Heaven transformation hand. Gu Fei roared in a low voice. His right hand directly pressed down in the void, and a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky instantly appeared, directly breaking apart the power of the formation. Countless formation runes dissipated in the void, directly dissolving. After striking out with this palm, Gu Fei only felt a wave of exhaustion. This was a killing move he created when his cultivation base broke through to the eternal realm. If it wasn't for the support of the eternal true bone, all the essence energy in his body would have been sucked dry, and the cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated back would have been crippled. How is this possible? The heavenly spirit trapped in the formation was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He only saw a gigantic hand directly obliterating the formation runes. Just a single strike had almost destroyed the entire formation. Roar! Seeing hope, the heavenly spirit pearl immediately transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. It broke free from the remaining God-rule chains on its body and rushed out. Ha ha! The heavenly spirit dragon laughed wantonly, extremely crazed. I'm finally out. I'm finally out. I've been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. Hundreds of millions of years. I'm going crazy. Today, I'm out. Let this world accompany me in death. The heavenly spirit dragon roared angrily. Gu Fei looked at the crazy, heavenly spirit dragon expressionlessly. The dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, completely devouring the remaining power of the formation that sealed it. You want to destroy the sky? Gu Fei said indifferently. Wasn't the origin of the world, which was also the heavenly Tao, supposed to protect this part of the world? I'm the heaven stealer. Why can't I destroy the sky? The heavenly spirit dragon stared at Gu Fei below and sneered. Heaven stealer? Gu Fei's gaze instantly turned cold when he heard that. He wasn't unfamiliar with the heaven stealers. They were just fellows that walked on a different path of cultivation. For themselves, these heaven stealers could destroy an entire world, causing millions of lives to be plunged into misery. This wasn't something ordinary people could do. Heaven stealers were all emotionless fellows. For the sake of strength, they would do anything, regardless of the means. They basically didn't care about the lives of others. With regards to the heaven stealers, Gu Fei didn't have the slightest favorable impression of them. At this moment, only then did Gu Fei know that the origin of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm was no longer the original one. Little fellow, seeing how your body is filled with energy, it's definitely comparable to a supreme divine medicine. Just obediently let me eat you. The heaven stealer roared. Hee hee. Gu Fei laughed. Even the ancestors of the heaven stealers in the primogenitor realm didn't dare to be impudent in front of him. Yet this fellow actually wanted to eat him? How ridiculous. The heaven stealer opened its mouth and inhaled. A powerful devouring energy instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his body tightening as his entire being was sucked towards the heaven stealer's mouth. Let's see who will devour who. Gu Fei's body trembled as he was instantly immobilized in the air. In the next instant, an even stronger devouring energy erupted from his body as his entire being transformed into a terrifying black hole. What? The heaven stealer was shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. The little fellow in front of him was actually exuding an aura of eternal undying. He had only seen such an aura from those lords from the upper worlds before. Even those lords from the upper worlds weren't this strong. Who the hell are you? The heaven stealer roared. He only felt the energy in his body leaking out uncontrollably. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am. Gu Fei emotionlessly replied. The heaven stealer howled in rage, wanting to break free. However, the more he struggled, the faster the energy in his body flowed out. This caused him to be terrified to the extreme. The Heaven Stealer was truly panicking. He had expended an inexhaustible amount of effort to steal the origin energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm. After that, he was sealed for millions and millions of years. Now, he originally thought that the bitterness was over and the sweetness had arrived. Just when he was about to display his prowess, he met yet another nemesis. Chapter 4082. The Heaven Stealer stole the foundation of the universe. The foundation of the universe was the origin of the universe. Once it was stolen, the universe would be finished. However, the Heaven Stealer could gain great benefits. Once it succeeded, its cultivation base and combat power would be raised to a terrifying level. Boom! A ball of origin divine light emerged from the Heaven Stealer's body and immediately blocked the powerful devouring power that erupted from Gu Fei's body. The Heaven Stealer was in an extremely sorry state, and it immediately fled. The Heaven Stealer was shocked and angry. This young man in black was very powerful, even more powerful than the Lord from the upper realm. It almost failed miserably. The Lord from the upper realm had not appeared for thousands of years. Some unknown changes might have happened in the upper realm, causing the people from the upper realm to have no time to care about the lower realm. Integrated with the origin of the universe? Gu Fei was a little surprised. It should be known that it was not easy for even the Heaven Stealer to integrate with the origin of the universe. This fellow could actually draw the power of the origin of the universe for his own use, which meant that he had already integrated a part of the power of the universe. Little fellow, I want you dead. The Heaven Stealer stared at Gu Fei with a ferocious expression. Keske. Gu Fei gave the Heaven Stealer the middle finger. You're asking for it. The Heaven Stealer extended its right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. Its skinny hand instantly turned into a black dragon claw and tore through the void. Gu Fei raised his hand and punched. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the black dragon claw and a dull sound was heard. The next moment, the dragon claw of the Heaven Stealer shattered and exploded into a mist of blood. The Heaven Stealer screamed and immediately retreated. How could this be? How could this little fellow's physical body be so powerful that it could destroy my ancestral dragon claw? It should be known that the ancestral dragon claw could crush a divine weapon. At this moment, Gu Fei lowered his head and discovered that there were actually 3 scratch marks on his fist. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had used the power of the eternal real bone in that punch. The Heaven Stealer was indeed heaven-defying, and the power of heaven and earth was indeed powerful. But, so what? Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Heaven Stealer. He then threw a punch. There were no fancy moves or powerful energy fluctuations. It was just like a punch thrown by an ordinary person. However, in the eyes of the Heaven Stealer, this punch was almost invincible. There were no flaws, and there was no way to dodge it. The only way to take it head-on was to take it head-on. Boom! Without any suspense, the 2 fists collided with a thunderous sound, and the Heaven Stealer was sent flying again. How is this possible? The Heaven Stealer was sent flying again, and its arm was covered in cracks like a delicate porcelain. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the eternal real bone in Gu Fei's chest glowed. An eternal aura spread from his chest, and the outline of his sternum could be clearly seen. What is that? The Heaven Stealer was indescribably shocked. The aura emanating from Gu Fei's chest was even more terrifying than the source energy of heaven and earth. Although this aura was still very weak, it was as if a single strand of it could split open the world. I want that bone in your body. The Heaven Stealer was surprised and delighted. The reason why the other party was so heaven-defying was definitely because of the godly bone in his body. If he could obtain that godly bone, wouldn't he also be able to obtain heaven-defying combat power? When that happened, he wouldn't have to fear anyone from the upper realm. If he could fuse the godly bone with the source power of the world, he would become even more invincible. At this thought, the Heaven Stealer's eyes shone with a fanatical light. Then come and take it. Gu Fei looked at the Heaven Stealer with a faint smile. This fellow was a robber through and through. He would snatch anything that was useful to him and make it his own. The Heaven Stealer should be called the Great Way of Stealing Heaven. Hee, little fellow, I haven't even done anything yet. Don't think that you're invincible just because I played with you for a bit. The black-robed old man that the Heaven Stealer had transformed into narrowed his eyes and smirked sinisterly. Cut the crap. Come at me if you're so capable. Gu Fei said rather impatiently. This fellow had merely stolen the source power of a mid-level world, and yet he thought that he was so arrogant. Little did he know that Gu Fei didn't care about him at all. If this fellow had stolen the source power of an upper-level world, he would still have some qualms about it. Boom! The black-robed old man exploded. He had lived for countless years, yet he was actually being looked down upon by a little fellow. How could this be? At the next moment, monstrous power of the world erupted from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had become the ruler of the world. In just an instant, he communicated with the world and entered the state of being one with the world. Within the forbidden ground, the weather changed as the sun and moon lost their radiance. What's going on? Outside the forbidden ground, Zhou Ziru, Emocian, and the rest all had expressions on their faces. There was no need to ask to know that this scene had something to do with Gu Fei. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The decorated archway outside the forbidden ground began to tremble. Very swiftly, Zhou Ziru and the rest felt that the energy of heaven and earth was frenziedly gathering towards the forbidden ground. Someone is plundering the energy of heaven and earth here. The dark form heavenly immortal of the myriad world sect exclaimed in shock. Could it be Master? The netherworld devil lord indifferently asked. They were very clear of Gu Fei's capabilities. Gu Fei was already the strongest existence in the immortal martial realm. However, the legend said that there were unimaginable existences within the forbidden ground. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who had entered and returned alive. It must be Master. Only Master would have such methods. The Dragon Sovereign stated. The major characters of the immortal martial realm involuntarily nodded their heads. And at this moment, the decorated archway in front of them actually emitted a divine light as the ancient runes on it started to dim. Very swiftly, cracks appeared on the archway. The energy gathered within the archway actually dissipated by more than half. It was now half crippled and on the verge of completely collapsing. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly shocked when they saw this. The devouring energy emanating from the forbidden ground that could control the energy of heaven and earth was simply too terrifying. Everyone involuntarily glanced at a black-robed young man standing at the side, only to see that he had a wooden expression on his face, not revealing any emotions. Only then did everyone calm down. As long as this person was here, even if the heavens collapsed, they wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 4083. In the depths of the deadly ominous grounds, the weather changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. Boundless spiritual energy of the world frantically gathered toward a figure in the sky. Streams of visible spiritual energy of the world rushed over from afar and entered the figure in the sky. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth emanated from the figure. The surrounding world shook violently, and black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Each spatial crack was larger than a mountain range. Hee, little guy. You shouldn't have asked me to increase my combat strength. The Heaven Stealer grinned hideously as he stared at Gu Fei. So what if I did? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The Heaven Stealer was truly enraged. This guy did not take him seriously at all from the beginning. How despicable. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me when you're only at this level? What a joke. Gu Fei said coldly. Damn it. The Heaven Stealer roared angrily at the sky. At this moment, the power of the origin of heaven and earth on his body merged perfectly with his own power. He had truly become one with heaven and man. Go to hell. The Heaven Stealer attacked angrily. A Tiandao ancestral dragon's sharp claw immediately appeared and tore at Gu Fei. The dragon claw was so powerful that it shattered the void with a single swipe, trapping Gu Fei within it. In the next moment, Gu Fei instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. What? The Heaven Stealer was taken aback. He looked up and saw a huge foot stomping down. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Heaven Stealer felt his vision go black and his face hurt. He screamed and fell from the sky, crashing into the chaos. The next moment, the void shattered violently, and a figure broke through the void and rushed out. His face was covered in blood, and there was a clear shoe print on his face. The Heaven Stealer was in a sorry state. His nose was crooked, and a few of his teeth were missing. He stared at Gu Fei in exasperation, wanting to eat Gu Fei in one bite. Kill! The Heaven Stealer roared madly and directly soared into the sky. It transformed into a giant dragon and pounced toward Gu Fei, its violent aura spreading in all directions. This was the Heaven Stealer's strongest attack, and the might of this single pounce was earth-shattering. The entire void shattered, and even the chaotic energy was blasted out. Watch me capture a dragon with one hand. Gu Fei laughed loudly. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the huge dragon that was pouncing towards him. His hand became even larger than a mountain. With a single grab, it was as if the entire world was within his grasp. It was extremely shocking. The huge palm directly grabbed the dragon in the sky. This scene was incomparably shocking, but unfortunately, no one could see it. Rumble. Monstrous energy fluctuations erupted from the hand, and the giant dragon that the Heaven Stealer had transformed into shrank until it finally reverted to its original form. Ants, Gu Fei said indifferently, and then his 5 fingers tightened, causing the Heaven Stealer to scream in pain. It felt as if all the bones in its body were about to break. Even if it drew in the boundless energy of heaven and earth, it was useless. Only now did the Heaven Stealer know fear, and it hurriedly begged for mercy. It did not want to die. Don't kill me. The Heaven Stealer trembled and begged bitterly. However, Gu Fei knew that this fellow already hated him to the bone. Its current appearance was just an act. One must know that the Heaven Stealer was a ruthless person who would break off love. They did not have the slightest bit of compassion. If they did, they would not have done something like stealing the heavens, because doing so would cause the deaths of billions of lives. Boom! Without hesitation, Gu Fei exerted force and directly crushed the Heaven Stealer's body. A bloody mist and the Heaven Stealer's Yuan spirit were imprisoned in his palm. At this moment, the Heaven Stealer was scared out of his wits. Regardless of the energy of heaven and earth, everything was frenziedly devoured by Gu Fei's gigantic hand. Very swiftly, the Heaven Stealer that was unexcelled in the world was completely destroyed. Not only did Gu Fei capture the giant dragon with a single hand, he even crushed it with a single hand. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared, so loud that even the sky was about to shatter from his roar. The entire place started to crumble as terrifying fluctuations gushed forth. Even the decorated archway outside was directly reduced to dust. Zhou and the others were all extremely shocked when they saw this. This was especially so for the Netherworld Devil Sovereign, Dragon Sovereign, and the other hegemons of the immortal martial realm. But now, not only was this supreme immortal-ranked weapon shaken, it was actually directly reduced to dust. Very swiftly, a vortex appeared in the middle of the place, swallowing everything in its surroundings. The vortex expanded unceasingly, devouring everything. Zhou and the others hurriedly screamed in fear as they fled. Finally, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the entire place was devoured by the vortex. After that, the vortex gradually shrank until it vanished completely. That is, when the vortex vanished, everyone was dumbfounded. They only saw a black silhouette standing in the air, emotionlessly staring at them. Master. The Netherworld Devil Sovereign and the others were all indescribably shocked. The aura radiating from Gu Fei actually changed. He seemed like an ordinary person. There were no fluctuations of energy emanating from him at all. This was truly returning to one's natural state. As for Gu Fei's eternal true bone, it was as though it was in a deep slumber, no longer emitting an eternal aura. Everyone was filled with disbelief. Even Gu Fei himself was somewhat taken aback. After devouring all the energy from the Heaven Stealer, his cultivation base actually recovered to the Half-Step Saint Realm. Half-Step Saint Realm, That was a cultivation realm that countless cultivators would covet. It was an extremely powerful existence. At this moment, even if he blew out a single breath, he would be able to destroy the netherworld devil sovereign and the others. Half-step Saint Realm, Gu Fei was emotionless. Given his current state of heart, even if the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, it would be hard for him to be moved. He stretched out both his hands and pulled at the space in front of him. With a swish, the entire space was actually torn apart by him. A surge of heavenly energy gushed out from the opening in front of Gu Fei. That is, the hegemons of the immortal martial realm were incomparably agitated when they saw this. Could it be that the other side is the heavenly god realm? The dragon's sovereign spoke, his voice trembling from nervousness. The others were all indescribably shocked. Gu Fei could tear apart space with a lift of his hand. Was he a legendary divinity? Tearing apart the heavens with a lift of his hand, ascending to the heavenly god realm. This was the ultimate dream of countless cultivators in the immortal martial realm. The netherworld devil sovereign and the others had bitterly cultivated for countless years. Wasn't it all for the sake of tearing apart space and ascending to the heavenly god realm? Chapter 4084. Gu Fei easily shattered the void, directly opening up the pathway between the immortal martial realm and the heavenly divine realm. This caused everyone who witnessed this scene to be incomparably shocked. This was especially so for the hegemons of the immortal martial realm. They had cultivated for their entire lives. Wasn't it all for the sake of ascending to the heavenly divine realm? However, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the crack in the void immediately disappeared. The netherworld devil lord and the other hegemons of the immortal martial realm were all dumbfounded. Didn't their master want to ascend to the heavenly divine realm? What was he trying to do? Master, the dragon sovereign couldn't help but blurt out. He was an impatient person. The others were stomping their feet, wringing their hands, and exclaiming in shock. They didn't understand why Gu Fei wanted to erase the pathway to the heavenly divine realm. One must know that if they could enter the heavenly divine realm, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens in a single step. The heavenly divine realm was where deities resided. Above immortals were deities. In the myriad of worlds, there were countless immortal realms and deity realms. The immortal realms were considered mid-grade while the deity realms were considered high-grade. Naturally, the life forms in the immortal god realm had no idea that the world they were in was a mid-grade world. They also didn't know that the heavenly divine realm was a high-grade world. They only knew that when their cultivation base was high enough, they would welcome their heavenly deity tribulation. After passing the tribulation, they would be able to shatter the void and enter the heavenly divine realm. At this moment, in the eyes of the hegemons of the immortal god realm, Gu Fei was a deity from the legends. He was so powerful that even the death zone couldn't trap him. Boom! Gu Fei stepped out, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble violently. A formless pressure bore down on everyone, causing them to be unable to straighten their backs. Master, please retract your innate technique, Sword Immortal Clearwind exclaimed in terror. Master, Zhou Zairu exclaimed in shock. Gu Fei, Emocian was also panicking. That immense pressure made it so that she couldn't straighten her back. Gu Fei glanced at Zhou Zairu and Emocian. In the next instant, the energy fluctuations radiating from him vanished. The other hegemons of the immortal martial realm were all filled with terror. If the current Gu Fei wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Rumble, at this moment, the entire world began to tremble. It was as if a terrifying heavenly beast had suddenly awoken from its slumber. A terrifying destructive aura filled every inch of the void. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Only Gu Fei remained unmoving like a mountain. His terrifying aura spread out in all directions, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the entire world. Boom! The void trembled as the heavens and earth shattered. A gigantic pitch-black hand grabbed down at everyone from the heavens, enveloping a part of the world. He's dead meat. The Nether Demon Lord and the others felt their souls trembling. Facing such an existence, even someone as strong as them would not be able to withstand a single blow. As long as the giant hand from the sky descended, it would be able to directly obliterate them. Just when the Nether Demon Lord and the other hegemons of the immortal martial realm were frightened out of their wits by this sudden scene, Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as though he didn't see the gigantic hand descending from the heavens. When the gigantic hand was about to land on Gu Fei's head, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, causing the gigantic hand to shatter into a mist of blood. The 7 hegemons were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Roar. A terrifying roar rang out as the entire heavens and earth exploded apart. The immortal martial realm was directly shaken as the earth sank. The mountains and rivers shattered. Billions of lives were plunged into misery. The supreme primordial beast in the shadows was enraged. However, Gu Fei merely stomped his right foot, and the entire heavens and earth turned silent, directly locking down the entire immortal martial realm. He actually used his own strength to suppress that primordial beast. Rumble. At this moment, the space above Gu Fei's head shattered like glass as a gigantic beast that was countless times larger than the mountains struggled to break free. Every time it struggled, the heavens and earth would tremble. This gigantic beast was definitely at the annihilation realm, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. To think that there would be such an annihilation, heavenly beast hidden in the immortal martial realm. Even Gu Fei's countenance changed. Most probably, the heaven stealer he killed earlier didn't even know of the existence of such an annihilation heavenly beast. Maybe this was annihilation heavenly beast left behind by that supreme character in the upper realms after he sealed the heaven stealer. At this moment, one of the heads of the annihilation heavenly beast had already entered the immortal martial realm. The other parts of the annihilation heavenly beast were still blocked by a layer of transparent barrier. Swish! The annihilation heavenly beast abruptly opened its eyes. In the next instant, 2 beams of destructive divine light directly shot out from its eyes, sweeping towards Gu Fei and the others. Everywhere the 2 beams of destructive divine light passed by, the entire heavens and earth were destroyed soundlessly. The clan leader of the Wind Clan was swept away by one of the beams of destructive divine light. In the next instant, he was turned into dust, his body and soul completely destroyed. What? When the other hegemons saw this, they were so frightened that they almost peed their pants. Terror filled their hearts as they directly fled. Only Gu Fei remained standing in front of Zhou Ziru and Mo Xian'er. After that, he stretched out his hands and directly shattered the 2 beams of destructive divine light. Primordial chaos heavenly beast? Gu Fei inclined his head and stared at the gigantic beast in the air, feeling somewhat taken aback. This kind of annihilation heavenly beast was sufficient to destroy a mid-tier world. Only a high-tier world would be able to give birth to such an annihilation heavenly beast. It was basically impossible for a mid-tier world to give birth to such an annihilation heavenly beast. I really want to see what your origins are. After speaking, Gu Fei directly soared into the air, rushing towards the annihilation heavenly beast. He was like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing through the void, appearing in front of the annihilation heavenly beast. That annihilation heavenly beast directly opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Gu Fei in a single gulp. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was indescribably shocked. The gigantic silhouette of the annihilation heavenly beast enveloped the entire sky, as though night had descended. The tyrannical aura that towered up into the sky caused the souls of the millions and millions of lives in the immortal martial realm to tremble. The remaining 6 hegemons all took out their golden immortal and even immortal emperor-grade Dao Qi to protect themselves. A dark golden scale floated above the Dragon Lord's head. This scale projected an immortal emperor-grade energy that enveloped him. In the air, the silhouette of a dragon could be faintly seen, exuding a terrifying draconic might. Dragons have reverse scales. Those who touch it would definitely die. The Dragon Lord controlled the reverse scale of the Dragon Lord. His combat prowess was extremely strong. Among the remaining 6 hegemons, he could be considered as one of the strongest. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to be careless. In the face of such a supreme existence, even if the Dragon Emperor was reborn, he wouldn't be a match for these existences let alone a reverse scale of the Dragon Lord. The others were also trembling. Their legs had turned to jelly. Chapter 4085. Countless years ago, the people from the upper realms had already prepared a backup plan. They left a Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast in the dark to keep an eye on the Heaven Stealer who was trapped in the Forbidden Zone. Once the Heaven Stealer made a move and showed signs of breaking free, the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast would immediately act to kill it. Given the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast's cultivation base and combat prowess, killing the Heaven Stealer was as easy as flipping its palm. For experts from the upper realms, even if they wanted to destroy a mid-tier world, it wouldn't be a difficult thing. This Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast was extremely powerful, but sadly, its luck wasn't good. It encountered Gu Fei. Hence, the head of this Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast, which was even larger than a mountain, was stomped down by Gu Fei. One of the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast's head had already stretched out from the seal, but now, it was stomped down by Gu Fei. Roar! The Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast howled madly, causing the entire sealed space to tremble violently. This sealed space could only temporarily block this Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast, because the existence that left this backup plan didn't really want to seal this Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast. Boom! Very quickly, in just a span of 5 breaths, the seal that sealed the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast directly exploded as a terrifying destructive aura permeated the entire space. A gigantic claw directly shattered the void, grabbing onto Gu Fei. Roar! The roar of the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast shook the 9 heavens, causing all the living beings in the immortal martial realm to be filled with terror. At this moment, Emocien Zhou Zairu and the rest had already sensed that the situation was far from good. They immediately retreated as far away as they could. One must know that such an apocalyptic battle wasn't something the living beings of the immortal martial realm could withstand. Even for those who had immortal emperor weapons protecting them, they wouldn't be able to block a single strike from the primordial annihilation heavenly beasts, let alone Emocien and Zhou Zairu. Puny humans dare to be impudent in front of this lord? Simply reckless. An incomparably arrogant divine sense radiated from the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast. Given the Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast's cultivation base and combat prowess, it could kill billions of living beings with a wave of its hand. In the eyes of this Chaos Heaven Destroyer beast, even humans were classified into different levels. This gigantic beast didn't even place the humans of the immortal martial realm in its eyes. The strong reigned supreme. This was a principle that held true in any world. This ferocious beast would submit to an existence that was stronger than it. Little guy, go to hell. The chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast that grabbed onto Gu Fei exerted force, wanting to directly obliterate Gu Fei's body and Yuan's spirit. Streams of chaotic divine light that could be seen with the naked eye surged out from the claw that grabbed onto Gu Fei. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Every streak of chaotic lightning directly tore through the void. The destructive aura that spread out from the huge claw of the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast caused countless living beings in the distance to be terrified to the extreme. Even existences at the level of the dark hell demon lord felt as if their souls were about to be destroyed. Even if he used an immortal emperor-grade Tao artifact to protect himself, it would be useless. The dark hell demon lord, the dragon lord, and the others worked together to protect Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian, as they retreated. Sword Immortal Qingfeng, the sect master of the Myriad World sect, and the others had long since disappeared. Just when the beast thought that it could destroy Gu Fei's body and soul, it was suddenly shocked. Then, an unbelievable scene happened. A ball of divine light slowly spread open the huge claw of the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast. A figure gradually appeared in the eyes of the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast that was even brighter than a divine sun. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The divine light on his body directly spread open the claw of the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast. Then, he walked out step by step. How is this possible? The chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast was dumbfounded. It looked at Gu Fei as if he was a monster. You A trace of panic flashed across the eyes of the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast. However, it was immediately enraged. The huge claw exerted force with all its might. Boundless chaotic lightning rushed out from its sharp claws. They turned into chaotic divine chains and entangled towards Gu Fei. This was no ordinary sacred art. It had already involved the Tao law. It was the power of the law. This was the difference between a high-class world and a middle-class world. The immortals of the middle-class world had yet to come into contact with the Tao law. Their immortal martial Tao was just a small Tao. However, the lightning laws of the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast could not even get close to Gu Fei. They were all blocked by the divine light on Gu Fei's body. This was simply invulnerable. This scene shocked the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast to the extreme. Who are you? There is no such person like you in the upper world. The chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Its tone was extremely shocked. With the cultivation that Gu Fei displayed, even in the upper world, he was definitely not a nobody. However, in its impression, there was no such person in the upper world. Could this fella be a genius that rose in the recent hundreds of thousands of years? When the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast thought of this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Something big might have really happened in the upper world. This was not a good thing for it. Which God King's godson are you? The chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast said in shock. Noisy. Gu Fei's body trembled. The Tao law divine chains that were formed by the power of the chaotic thunderbolts around him shattered directly. They turned into a rain of light and dissipated in the void. Then, Gu Fei performed a fist technique. With just a starting gesture, he directly sent the insufferably arrogant chaotic beast flying. Can't even withstand a single blow, Gu Fei said indifferently. The chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast was not just shocked. This fellow was really too strong. That move just now had actually made it tremble in fear. It felt as though it would be killed in the next moment. It didn't know that Gu Fei had just made a simple gesture. He hadn't really made a move. Even so, Gu Fei's aura had already appeared. With just the power of his fist, he had directly sent the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast flying. After Gu Fei devoured the power of the Heaven Stealer, his cultivation had directly risen to a whole new realm. The eternal power nourished his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood. This allowed him to possess unimaginable strength with every single move he made. Gu Fei's fist technique also constantly transformed and became stronger as his cultivation realm increased. The 5 elements fist that he created transformed and sublimated into the yin-yang fist. Then, the yin-yang fist transformed and sublimated into the chaotic reincarnation fist. Now, he began to comprehend the eternal great Tao. He wanted to evolve an eternal invincible fist technique. With one punch, heaven and earth would be destroyed and all enemies would be killed. Gu Fei wanted to sublimate the fist intent that he had been comprehending all this time. He wanted to transform it again and form an invincible fist technique. This was just the beginning. Swoosh. The chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast saw that the situation was not good. It directly soared into the sky and activated its escape mode. Aren't you very powerful? Why are you running now? Gu Fei chuckled and then punched the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast in the sky. There was no energy fluctuation, but the chaotic, destructive, heavenly beast suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 4086. Gu Fei killed a heavenly beast with a single punch. This incomparably shocking scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of the hegemons of the immortal martial realm. From now on, Gu Fei was truly unrivaled in the immortal martial realm. This caused the Netherworld Devil Lord and the others to no longer have any thoughts of rebellion or betrayal. Zhou Ziru and Demo Xian were both shocked and overjoyed. Gu Fei was unrivaled in the immortal martial realm. Their statuses in the immortal martial realm also rose along with it. Nobody dared to look down on them. The forbidden ground in the central region of the immortal martial realm vanished. At the same time, the source energy of heaven and earth of the immortal martial realm vanished as well. This news spread out, shaking the entire immortal martial realm. Gu Fei alone defeated the 10 hegemons of the immortal martial realm. This itself was already a miracle. Right now, the 10 hegemons had become 6 hegemons. After Gu Fei killed the primordial destructive heavenly beast, he directly sat cross-legged in the air and began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The surrounding energy frenziedly gathered towards him. His entire body, all the pores on his body were breathing. On his chest, waves after waves of eternal light radiated outwards, nourishing his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. Under the tempering of the eternal energy, he grew stronger and stronger. The spiritual energy in his body churned as the sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. Profound and unfathomable Tao inscriptions manifested on his body. He is plundering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth of the entire immortal martial realm. From afar, Xian stared at Gu Fei with her mouth wide open in shock. At this moment, all the Xiantian cultivators in the immortal martial realm could sense the changes in heaven and earth. What's going on? What's happening? All the cultivators were indescribably shocked. The loss of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth caused them to be filled with fear. One must know that to any cultivator, this wasn't a good thing. Does Master really want to destroy the immortal martial realm? The Netherworld Devil Lord, Dragon Sovereign, and the other hegemons were all shocked to the extreme. This was a piece of heaven and earth. Having its source energy stolen was already a fatal blow. And now, Gu Fei was frenziedly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not long from now, the entire immortal martial realm would become a barren land. Actually, the Nether Devil Lord and the others didn't know that in the primogenitor realm, some great demons relied on devouring small worlds to increase their cultivation. Although this method was despised by the righteous Tao, but to the demonic Tao, it was a shortcut to increase their cultivation and battle power. However, Gu Fei couldn't do such a destructive thing. Soon after, he stopped and performed a great technique to reconstruct the earth veins of the heavens and earth, creating a new source of the heavens and earth. Of course, the reconstructed source energy of heaven and earth could not be mentioned in the same breath as the original source energy of heaven and earth. It was only an embryonic form that had just sprouted. Only after a long period of transformation could it become the true source energy of heaven and earth. In that case, the immortal martial realm wouldn't be destroyed. Seeing how Gu Fei was like the sovereign of creation, summoning boundless amounts of heaven and earth energy with a wave of his hand, transforming them into gigantic dragons, forming numerous mountain ranges, and finally splitting the heavens and earth apart, reconstructing the source energy of heaven and earth, everyone was indescribably shocked. Gu Fei wasn't a devil. In the immortal martial realm, there were millions and millions of lives, and the human race was one of them. Not only that, this immortal martial realm was a world where the human race reigned supreme. For such a world, Gu Fei naturally wouldn't allow it to be destroyed. Seems like I have to leave. After Gu Fei rebuilt the source energy of heaven and earth, he directly soared up into the skies, entering the starry space as he stared down at the heavens and earth. In his eyes, there were no longer any secrets in this world. In this place, it was already impossible for him to raise his cultivation. He could only shatter the void and enter the legendary heavenly god realm. With regards to the heavenly god realm, he was filled with anticipation. One must know that the heavenly god realm was a high-grade world. It wasn't something a mid-grade world like the immortal god realm could compare to. High-grade worlds could give birth to saints. The strength of a saint could destroy a mid-grade world with a wave of their hand. They were absolute experts in high-grade worlds. Only by entering a high-grade world would Gu Fei's cultivation be able to raise again. After that, he could directly activate the myriad world wheel and return to the primogenitor realm. He also had no idea what the current primogenitor realm was like. His departure was very sudden. He was forced into samsara by the first devil ancestor. After he left, the subordinates he left behind in the primogenitor realm might not be able to suppress those fellows. Gu Fei was very clear that the territory he conquered in the primogenitor realm was like a piece of fat meat. When he was around, those fellows would definitely not dare to act recklessly. However, the moment he left, those powerful enemies in the surroundings wouldn't be able to sit still. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? As long as I can recover my cultivation, even supreme paragons would be nothing but ants in front of this daddy. Gu Fei murmured. At this moment, the Netherworld Devil Lord and the others had already entered the starry space, arriving in front of Gu Fei. We pay our respects to Master. The Netherworld Devil Lord, Dragon Lord, and the others hurriedly went forward and bowed to Gu Fei. Gu Fei only nodded, then his gaze landed on Zhou Ziru and Emo Xian. Master. Zhou Ziru hurriedly came over and bowed. Emo Xian came in front of Gu Fei flirtatiously. Her entire body emitted an irresistible charm. No one dared to take a second look at her, fearing that their souls would be taken away. Emo Xian was naturally charming. The demonic arts she cultivated became more and more terrifying as her cultivation increased. Even existences like the Netherworld Devil Lord couldn't resist her charm. Only Gu Fei could completely ignore Emo Xian's charm. This made Emo Xian extremely depressed. It's time. Get ready. Gu Fei looked at everyone and said, Are we going to the heavenly god world? Emo Xian heard this and instantly became extremely excited. What? The Netherworld Devil Lord, Dragon Lord, and the others heard this and were extremely shocked. Didn't they cultivate their entire lives just to break through the void and enter the heavenly god world? Gu Fei didn't say anything and disappeared into the void. No one could clearly see how Gu Fei disappeared. They didn't know that Gu Fei had actually entered his own inner world. He didn't alarm anyone and directly came to the depths of this world. In front of him, dragons and phoenixes danced and immortal spiritual essence lingered. It was a treasured land of immortals. The immortal spiritual mist continuously transformed into dragons and phoenixes, as well as other extremely powerful immortal beasts. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed through the mist. That is, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The living being that flashed through the mist was an existence that looked like the ancestral dragon. That was the immortal ancestral dragon herb. This was the reason why he entered the inner world. He wanted to find the immortal ancestral dragon herb and obtain a drop of its blood. Chapter 4087. Gu Fei wouldn't stay in the immortal martial realm for too long. To him, he was just a passerby. However, the heavenly god realm was a high-grade world. The laws of heaven and earth there were much more complete compared to the immortal martial realm. The more complete the laws of heaven and earth in a world, the stronger the life forms born would be. A world with perfect laws of heaven and earth would be able to give birth to supreme paragons that could dominate the 9 heavens and trample over the 10 earths. He is finally leaving? Zhou Ziru and Emo Xian sighed ruefully. They had been following Gu Fei ever since they were in the supreme origin realm. Regardless of Zhou Ziru or Emo Xian, they would never have imagined that they would reach this step. Not only did they become immortals, they even obtained the sky-shaking bow and the great and divine pearl. These items were all treasures they had never seen before even in their dreams. Zhou Ziru and Emo Xian were somewhat reluctant. After all, they had stayed in the immortal martial realm for a period of time. Naturally, what shocked them the most was that Gu Fei had already broken through the void and ascended to the heavenly god realm in such a short time. They didn't need to prepare anything and could follow Gu Fei to the heavenly god realm anytime. The news of Gu Fei leaving the immortal martial realm soon circulated around the entire realm, causing everyone to be shocked. That fellow is finally going to leave. Someone heaved a sigh of relief. The moment Gu Fei left, those fellows who were scared witless by Gu Fei were instantly energized. This was especially so for the Eastern Martial Saint Emperor. He no longer needed to worry about Gu Fei looking for him. Master is going to leave? What should we do? The Netherworld Devil Lord and the others couldn't sit still anymore. They had cultivated their entire lives. Wasn't it all for the sake of ascending to the heavenly god realm? Gu Fei was able to open a pathway between the immortal martial realm and the heavenly god realm. To them, this was an extremely rare opportunity. If they missed this chance, they didn't know when they would have another chance to enter the heavenly god realm again. The remaining 6 hegemons all had a supreme power behind them. They didn't just represent themselves, they had to represent their sects as well. Among the 6 giants, there were some who were hesitant, some who were excited, and those who were hesitant were just unwilling to let go of the foundation behind them. Outside Gu Fei's location, there were many people who wanted to pay their respects to Gu Fei, but they were blocked by the Netherworld Devil Lord and the others. No matter who it was, even if it was a golden immortal, there was no need to talk about it. Even some of the old fogies of the Netherworld Devil race were blocked by the Netherworld Devil Lord. One of them was even the Netherworld Devil Lord's blood brother. However, if Gu Fei didn't nod his head, even if his father was here, he wouldn't dare to let him in. Outside the place where Gu Fei was at, almost all the strongest existences in the immortal martial realm had gathered. Countless ancient existences and old freaks had all exited their seclusion. Finally, an old man riding on a goat appeared in the horizon. Gu long ago Gu Fei's long ago demon, of a mountain, he had said. He was the fiery king who had destroyed the godly knife faction, and Gu Fei had made pills for him. The fiery king was a big shot in the ancient Dark Age. He was an overlord. It was not easy for him to live to this day. He had to pay a big price to do so. Flame Monarch. Both the Dark Hell Demon Lord and the Dragon Master were dumbfounded when they saw the old man on the old goat descending from the clouds. This was a ruthless character, especially when the Netherworld Ancestor snatched the Samsara Divine Pill that Gu Fei concocted for the Flame Monarch. The instant the Netherworld Devil Lord saw the Flame Monarch, his countenance turned incomparably heavy. The Netherworld Demon race had a deep connection with the Flame Monarch. The Netherworld Ancestor was an old ancestor of the Netherworld Demons. Even the Netherworld Devil Lord had to address him as uncle. Back then, when the Netherworld Ancestor was chased by the Flame Monarch for tens of millions of miles, it was a shocking matter that shook the entire immortal martial realm. Back then, the Flame Monarch consecutively destroyed 19 bases of the Netherworld Demons, killing countless demons. There were even earthly immortal and heavenly immortal demons that died in the hands of the Flame Monarch. The Flame Monarch was truly enraged. One must know that he was someone who was about to die. If he couldn't obtain the Samsara Divine Pill, he wouldn't be able to live a second life. The consequence would be the death of both his body and soul. The Netherworld Ancestor snatched the Flame Monarch's Samsara Divine Pill. That was equivalent to taking his life. Little devil brat. Indeed, when the Flame Monarch saw the Netherworld Devil Lord, his eyes were about to spit fire. With a roar, he stretched his right hand out and directly grabbed towards the Netherworld Devil Lord. Swish! Vast amounts of energy gushed forth as a gigantic palm appeared, directly enveloping the space above the Netherworld Devil Lord's head. When the influential people gathered at the entrance of the valley saw what was happening, they immediately fled in all directions. They were even faster than rabbits. For the past few days, the Flame Monarch had fought against the entire Netherworld demons alone. He had killed so many demons of the Netherworld that they were forced to retreat. Many famous old demons had died in his hands. Fighting against the demons alone, the Flame Monarch was extremely domineering. In fact, he was throwing caution to the wind. Since he was going to die either way, he might as well drag the demons down with him and kill as many as he could. Violent energy spread in all directions, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Some of the cultivators with weaker cultivation were already so scared that they peed their pants. Even the immortals were trembling in fear. The Netherworld Devil Lord roared angrily and attacked with all his might. A piece of demon bone rushed out from the Netherworld Devil Lord's body and directly collided with the gigantic palm of the Flame Monarch. A faint demonic shadow appeared on the demon bone. This was the bone of the true demon. The demonic energy contained within it was extremely powerful. The scariest thing was that there was a remnant soul attached to the true demon bone. Boom! The demon bone directly collided with the gigantic palm of the Flame Monarch. In the next moment, after the two forces collided, it turned into a terrifying wave of energy that was vast and mighty. Then, a black hole appeared in the sky. At the edge of the black hole, there were even pitch-black space cracks that were like lightning spreading in all directions. Some cultivators who could not dodge in time were swept by the black space cracks. Their bodies were split into two, and they fell from the sky. The void of the heaven and earth collapsed. The destructive force that was released was too strong. As long as one was touched by it, one's soul would be shattered by the killing force. The life of a cultivator was his soul. Once his soul was shattered, he would only be left with his skin. He would become a walking corpse without a soul. In an instant, there was a rain of blood in the sky. Many cultivators who were swept by the space cracks that appeared instantly died immediately. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. All of them retreated in a panic and did not dare to stay any longer. One should know that in a battle of this level, it was easy to be implicated. Chapter 4088. The old ancestor of the underworld had stolen Fiery King's reincarnation elixir. This was an unforgivable feud. Now that the old ancestor of the underworld had gone into hiding, it would not be easy for someone like Fiery King to find the old demon. Seeing that the day of his death was approaching, Fiery King was about to go crazy. He had lived for countless years and naturally did not want to die. Although he was unwilling to admit it, deep down in his heart, he was afraid of death. The higher his cultivation, the more he understood the truth of death, and the more he feared death. The old ancestor of the underworld was definitely hiding in a secret place to consume and refine his reincarnation elixir. Thinking of this, Fiery King gritted his teeth. His anger was burning in the 9 heavens. That guy was too despicable and despicable. He wanted to destroy the underworld clan. Tell me where the old demon is. Fiery King stared at the underworld demon lord and his eyes turned red. The reincarnation elixir was related to his life and death. I don't know. The underworld demon lord could only bite the bullet and go forward. This time, the entire underworld clan was in deep trouble because of the old ancestor of the underworld. How dare the old ancestor of the underworld provoke this lunatic? When Fiery King went crazy, he was even more terrifying than a demon. Then go to hell. Fiery King was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Lord of the Nether Hell Demon Lord. He pointed his finger at the Lord of the Nether Hell Demon Lord. In the next moment, a ray of divine light shot out from his finger and appeared in front of the Lord of the Nether Hell Demon Lord at an extremely fast speed. Oomph! The underworld demon lord sneered. In the next moment, a piece of demonic bone blocked in front of him. Dong! The divine light that shot out from Fiery King's finger collided with the demonic bone, and a deep sound was heard. It was like the beating of the war drums of the god of war temple. The souls of all the spectators were shaken, and those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. Although these unlucky fellows did not fall to their deaths, they were covered in dust and looked battered. It's just a piece of dried-up bone, and you want to fight with me? Fiery King laughed. He extended his right hand, and a divine saber appeared in his hand. It was the celestial extermination saber that he took from the Godly Knife sect leader, Hubadeo. When Fiery King destroyed the Godly Knife sect, he only used one move. Whoosh! Yin Jun hated the old ancestor of the underworld to the core. He attacked mercilessly and slashed at the Lord of the underworld. The dazzling blade light instantly lit up the heaven and earth. The Dark Hell Demon Lord activated the demonic bone with all his might, and a monstrous demonic aura immediately erupted from the demonic bone, instantly enveloping the entire world. Suddenly, a chilly wind howled between heaven and earth, as if the night had arrived in an instant. Terrifying demonic shadows could be vaguely seen in the endless demonic aura. Even an existence like the Dragon Lord, who had the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale to protect himself, still felt a great deal of pressure. The reason why the Netherworld demons could survive for so many years, becoming one of the 10 strongest powers in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm, wasn't luck, but strength. Only with great strength could one suppress the experts from all sides. Clang! The dazzling blade light was like an immortal light descending from the heavens, directly breaking through the layers of demonic chi and chopping down on the demonic bone. A metallic sound actually rang out. The immortal extinguishing saber was a golden immortal-ranked immortal weapon. In the hands of Yin Jun, the might it could unleash was countless times stronger compared to when it was wielded by the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect, Hubadeo. With just a single slash, the Netherworld Devil Lord's demonic bone was actually flung away. As the saber light landed, the Netherworld Devil Lord screamed in agony. devil blood splattered as one of his arms was severed. The Netherworld Devil Lord directly retreated. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and directly grabbed his severed right arm back. Devil blood flowed unceasingly from the wound. An extremely sharp saber chi directly invaded his body, rapidly extinguishing his life force. Preposterous! The Netherworld Devil Lord was both shocked and enraged. He desperately circulated the devil energy in his body, wanting to block the saber chi that was invading his head. Once the saber chi entered his divine palace, his soul would be damaged. Like an ant, you can't even block a single slash of mine. Yin Jun disdainfully spoke. Although the Netherworld Devil Lord was infuriated, there was nothing he could do. His opponent was an ancient expert, Yin Jun. In ancient times, Yin Jun was already a hegemon of a region. In the current era, in the entire immortal martial realm, there were no more than 3 people who could contend against Yin Jun. The Netherworld Devil Lord forcibly endured the pain of being sliced by countless sharp blades as he directly kept the demonic bone that was slashed away by Yin Jun. He opened his mouth and inhaled, instantly swallowing the demonic bone into his body. Rumble! An incomparably thunderous sound rang out from within the Netherworld Devil Lord's body. In the next instant, all the pores on his body were absorbing devil chi. Traces of blade chi seeped out of the Hades Demon Lord's body and then dissipated in the void. Immediately, hair-like spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. The Netherworld Devil Lord couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he felt that the saber chi that invaded his body was temporarily suppressed. Time to send you on your way. Yin Jun wielded the immortal extinguishing saber in his hand, wanting to finish off the Netherworld Devil Lord with a single slash. The Dragon Sovereign and the other hegemons didn't dare to step forward when they saw this. One must know that this was Yin Jun, a true ancient existence, a peerless, ferocious character. Who would dare to antagonize this killing star? Yin Jun, you should know that this isn't a place where you can be impudent. The Netherworld Devil Lord stared at Yin Jun, who was brimming with killing intent, as he suddenly laughed. MHM? Surprisingly, Yin Jun wasn't angered when he heard this. Instead, his countenance turned heavy. This Netherworld Devil Lord was so daring because he had someone backing him. Not only that, that person wasn't an ordinary character. Even if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. Fine, I will temporarily let you live a little longer. Yin Jun suppressed the anger in his heart. He truly didn't dare to offend the person behind the Netherworld Devil Lord because in the entire immortal martial realm, only that person could save him. The Netherworld Devil Lord instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Why are you still not reporting for me? Yin Jun coldly spoke. The Netherworld Devil Lord cast a deep glance at Yin Jun before turning and walking into the valley. Very swiftly, the Netherworld Devil Lord came out. I won't see you. The Netherworld Devil Lord glanced at Yin Jun before speaking. Not meeting. Yin Jun was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Since ancient times, there weren't many who dared to reject Yin Jun. Yin Jun cast a glance at the valley before speaking. Taoist Gu, as long as you can save me, I'm willing to do anything for you. He directly spoke into the valley. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang out from afar. At this moment, the Netherworld Devil Lord had already reconnected his severed arm, as though he had never been injured before. When he heard Yin Jun's words, he couldn't help but feel indescribably shocked. This old antique actually wanted to do anything for his master? Chapter 4089. The news of the Flame Monarch submitting to Gu Fei and taking Gu Fei as his master circulated, shocking the entire world. Even the Flame Monarch submitted to him. This Gu Fei is simply too heaven-defying. Why did such a supreme expert suddenly appear in the Eastern domain? This Gu Fei is extremely mysterious. At this moment, in the entire immortal martial realm, as long as there were cultivators, they would all be discussing about Gu Fei. One person suppressing 10 sects, this was something that had never happened before. Not only the Flame Monarch, even Wu Tongtian from the Wu clan of the Pill Cauldron Aristocrat clan was carefully serving Gu Fei. Wu Tongtian was a direct descendant of the Wu clan and was also a grandmaster in alchemy. He could concoct mid-grade immortal pills, but he couldn't even concoct high-grade ones. Ever since he witnessed Gu Fei's alchemy techniques, Wu Tongtian wanted nothing more than to take Gu Fei as his master and learn Gu Fei's alchemy techniques. At this moment, in the valley where Gu Fei was at, under a huge tree, a black-robed young man sat cross-legged on a gigantic boulder. Below the boulder stood 7 to 8 people. Fairy Nebula, Xin Fanyun, and Long Tianqing. These unexcelled existences were all obediently standing below the boulder, not even daring to breathe loudly. Other than these geniuses from the central immortal realms, there were also those stronger than these geniuses of the immortal martial realm. These people were all existences that could cause the entire immortal martial realm to tremble with a single stomp. But now, these lofty existences were all extremely obedient in front of Gu Fei. No matter what, the immortal martial realm was a mid-tier world that could produce golden immortals. Initially, Gu Fei didn't want to leave behind any power in the immortal martial realm. But from the looks of it now, he had no choice but to leave them behind. Flame Monarch, the immortal martial realm will follow your lead. You have to work hard for me. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, calmly spoke. Yes, Master. Master, please don't worry. This little slave will definitely unify the immortal martial realm and conquer the Qinkuan heavens and earth for Master. Flame Monarch, who was riding on the old goat, hurriedly replied respectfully. Dragon Lord and the rest looked at Fiery King with envy. Very well. Crush the Skylink Dao Talisman in your hand whenever you fulfill your promise, Gu Fei said with a nod. The heaven-connecting Dao Talisman was something he created. Even in the immortal martial realm, as long as the Flame Sovereign crushed the talisman, Gu Fei would be able to sense it even if he was in the heavenly divine realm. He would then be able to use the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Realms to break open the heaven and earth and bring the Flame King to the heavenly God realm. The Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Realms could communicate with the Myriad Realms. If one's cultivation was high enough, he could open up a passage between the Myriad Realms and Myriad Realms at the same time, allowing him to travel to any realm at will. Of course, this could only be done after Gu Fei had fully recovered his cultivation. Thank you, Master. The Flame Sovereign was shocked and overjoyed. As long as he unified the immortal martial realm, he would be able to enter the heavenly divine realm. To a super antique like Fiery Monarch, entering the heavenly God realm was his lifelong wish. Do your best, and you guys will also have a chance to ascend to the heavenly God realm. Gu Fei emotionlessly glanced at the people below the huge rock. Yes, we are willing to sacrifice our lives for Master, even to the point of dying. Everyone hurriedly knelt down to Gu Fei. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of thunder rang out from the depths of the sky. Bolts of lightning flashed in the sky. It's finally here. Gu Fei inclined his head and stared at the sky, his countenance incomparably calm. However, the faces of the people around Gu Fei all changed as they stared at the sky in terror. Zhou Zairu, Emocian stay behind. The rest of you can disperse. Gu Fei said indifferently. This, Master, can Xiaonu stay behind? Wu Tongtian asked carefully. You? Gu Fei cast a puzzled glance at Wu Tongtian. It's like this. Although Xiaonu isn't a divine alchemist, I'm still a grandmaster in alchemy. If Xiaonu goes to the heavenly God realm, I can concoct some pills for Master. Wu Tongtian hurriedly explained. This Wu Tongtian was a grandmaster of the Wu clan. And in the entire immortal martial realm, there was only one grandmaster in the entire Wu clan. Brother Gu, you've lost a subordinate that you can dispatch. Emocianer spoke. Given Gu Fei's cultivation base, he should have a large group of servants. However, she didn't expect that Gu Fei didn't care about such things at all. To Gu Fei, only strength was the most important. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Many thanks for Master's help. Wu Tongtian was overjoyed. However, the Wu clan lord beside Wu Tongtian had a heavy expression on his face. He was very clear that the moment Wu Tongtian left, the Wu clan would be in trouble. However, the Wu clan lord wasn't afraid. After all, Wu Tongtian was someone who followed by Gu Fei's side. He was someone who worked for Gu Fei. Even if there were people who wanted to make a move against the Wu clan after Gu Fei left, they would have to think about the consequences. Not only that, Gu Fei had left behind a representative in the immortal martial realm. Everyone, disperse. Gu Fei flicked his sleeves as he stood up from the huge rock he was sitting on. Everyone hurriedly retreated. They had no choice but to retreat. The terrifying destructive aura that descended from the depths of the sky caused them to be unable to breathe. Is this the legendary Ascension Tribulation? The various hegemons who had retreated far away stared at the black clouds covering the sky. Countless bolts of lightning flashed within the black clouds, as though night had descended. All of them were indescribably shocked. Even though they were thousands of miles away, the Dragon Sovereign and the rest could still feel their souls trembling. The terror of the Ascension Tribulation was simply unimaginable. Even the Flame Monarch's countenance was incomparably heavy, but he knew that this level of Ascension Tribulation had no way to deal with Gu Fei. An hour later, the surroundings of the valley where Gu Fei was at, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there was no longer anyone to be seen. Even the Flame Monarch had retreated 30,000 miles away on his old goat. At this moment, the gigantic tribulation clouds formed a gigantic mushroom cloud in the air above the valley where Gu Fei was at. That mushroom cloud looked ordinary, but it was as though it contained the energy of the entire immortal martial realm. Just a single bolt of lightning would be able to tear the void apart. Even if it was a golden immortal, his body and soul would be destroyed. Only a heaven-defying existence like Gu Fei would dare to disregard the Ascension Tribulation. And at this moment, in the valley, Gu Fei was calm and composed under the tribulation clouds. However, Mo Xian, Zhou Ziru, and Wu Tongtian had long been scared half to death. Gu Fei shook his head, and with a wave of his sleeves, he directly kept them into his inner world. The heavenly tribulation hadn't even started, and they were already unable to endure it. If the heavenly tribulation were to start, wouldn't Zhou Ziru and the rest be sent to meet King Yama? Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He inclined his head and stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky as a smile appeared on his face. Come. After saying that, Gu Fei's body shook and an even stronger aura burst out from his body. Chapter 4090. Gu Fei's Ascension Tribulation finally activated. Rumble. Thunderous booms shook the heavens and earth as bolts of lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds. Each bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain. Even a golden immortal would be instantly annihilated if they were struck by such tribulation lightning. Even for a demigod like the Flame Monarch who already had half a foot in the god realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying Ascension Tribulation. However, under the tribulation clouds, a divine light shone from Gu Fei's body. The destructive bolts of lightning directly blasted against the divine light. Gu Fei's protective divine light didn't even budge. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly floating in the air. Inclining his head, he stared at the tribulation clouds with a mischievous smile on his face. An Ascension Tribulation of this level was a piece of cake to him. Very quickly, he was engulfed by countless bolts of lightning and fire. All the major characters who were spectating from tens of thousands of miles away were stunned by this incomparably shocking scene. Is this the might of the Ascension Tribulation? Isn't this too terrifying? The Netherworld Devil Lord exclaimed. The valley where Gu Fei was at no longer existed. It was directly destroyed by the overwhelming destructive might. No one spoke, they were all silently watching. Some hoped that Gu Fei would succeed, breaking through the restraints of the heavens and earth. There were also some who couldn't wait for Gu Fei to fail, dying so that they could seize control of the immortal martial realm. Once Gu Fei left, the immortal martial realm would inevitably undergo a huge change. At this moment, the Ascension Tribulation continued to revolve. The power of the tribulation spread throughout the entire immortal martial realm and could be sensed from every corner of the immortal martial realm. Countless ancient existences were alarmed as they all headed towards the location where Gu Fei was undergoing his tribulation. Some legendary characters who had already fallen countless years ago also appeared in the eyes of the world once again. Rumble. the heavenly tribulation continued. In the center of the tribulation lightning, a silhouette could be seen. Gu Fei simply stood in the air, allowing the tribulation lightning to strike him. He didn't retaliate at all. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Gu Fei simply could not sense whether the power of the heavenly tribulation had weakened or not. What happened? Gu Fei felt a little strange. If the power of the heavenly tribulation didn't weaken, wouldn't this heavenly tribulation have no signs of stopping? Is that Dao really going to undergo the tribulation with his own body? Gu Fei thought of a possibility. In that case, let's play. As Gu Fei spoke, he put away his protective mystic art. In the next moment, boundless tribulation lightning landed on his body. However, an unbelievable scene happened. Gu Fei's shirt instantly turned into ashes, revealing his muscular upper body. Bolts of devastating tribulation lightning landed on Gu Fei's body, but they didn't even leave a mark on him. Only after being struck by 81 bolts of tribulation lightning did it stop. Thunder Fire True Body. Gu Fei directly used the power of thunder and lightning to temper his martial body. Soon, the Ascension God's tribulation was launched again. This time, it was not tribulation lightning that fell from the sky. Instead, it was humanoid or beast-like things. Boom! Gu Fei directly killed his way into the powerful creatures condensed from lightning. He raised his hand and sent a wild beast flying. With a sweep of his leg, he swept a large snake away. The other creatures attacked Gu Fei together. This was a siege, but Gu Fei was not afraid. No matter how many incarnations of the heavenly path attacked him, it didn't matter to him. Gu Fei fought with the incarnations of the heavenly path condensed from the power of the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he directly blasted them into pieces, turning them back into life marks and returning to the heavenly path. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He didn't wait for the heavenly tribulation to launch again. He directly rushed into the sky and killed his way into the tribulation clouds. In the next moment, the entire world was in chaos. The chaotic aura spread across the endless area. Hundreds of millions of creatures were terrified to the extreme. Beams of dragon-like divine light continuously rushed out of the tribulation clouds, directly piercing the void between heaven and earth. Some unlucky fellows, who couldn't dodge in time, were directly swept by the lightning that rushed out of the tribulation clouds. In an instant, their body and soul were destroyed, completely disappearing from the world. Gu Fei directly used the mysterious art to devour the power of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, very soon, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Gu Fei and was devoured by him. The aura emitted from his body became even stronger. Master, seeing Gu Fei crash into the tribulation clouds in the sky, they were not lightly frightened. Gu Fei simply sat cross-legged in the void and operated the heaven-devouring mysterious art. His martial body was like a bottomless black hole. It couldn't be filled at all. The heavenly tribulation of ascension was operating. This heavenly tribulation of ascension was simply here to deliver the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It sent endless spiritual energy to Gu Fei. At this time, there was no more suspense. Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was like a game to him. After 6 hours, the tribulation clouds dispersed and the world could see light again. As for Gu Fei, he stood in the void. The tyrannical aura emitted from his body was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to crush the void between heaven and earth. At this time, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, a beam of divine light directly fell from the depths of the sky and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. In the next moment, the divine light directly rushed into the sky, broke the void, and entered the heavenly divine realm. At the heavenly divine realm, beside the deification pool, a green-robed cultivator sat on the ground and took a nap. At this time, the divine runes on the entire deification stage suddenly lit up. Then, beams of divine light rushed out, and a powerful aura spread in all directions. What happened? The green-robed cultivator directly jumped up from the ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked in disbelief at a figure in the sky above the deification stage. Haha, it's been 3,000 years. I've been guarding here for 3,000 years. The green-robed cultivator roared with incomparable excitement. At this time, Gu Fei was looking around and sensing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but he was a little unhappy. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly divine realm didn't seem to be much thicker than the lower realm. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little depressed. At this time, in front of the deification stage, the green-robed cultivator was surprised and happy. How many years had it been since someone had ascended, and he almost went crazy waiting. You are? Gu Fei looked at the green-robed cultivator in front of him in confusion. Haha, me? I'm the envoy of the Southern God Emperor, Yang Yiqian. The green-robed cultivator said with a laugh. Southern God Emperor? Gu Fei frowned when he heard this. The Southern God Emperor is the strongest existence in our southern region. He once tore apart a wild lion with his bare hands and trampled on a heavenly tiger. The green-robed cultivator Yang Yiqian continued to explain. So that's how it is. Gu Fei understood now. The heavenly divine realm was a situation where various big shots ruled independently, and the Southern God Emperor was a God Emperor in the southern region of the heavenly divine realm, an overlord of a region. Chapter 4091. Yang Yiqian was one of the envoys under the Southern Divine Emperor. His job was to guard the God-receiving platform and receive new true gods that ascended to the heavenly God realm. On the other hand, this Yang Yiqian was very depressed. The others had been sent to the better places, where they could easily complete the guidance tasks and enter the Nantian Divine Palace as an inner disciple. However, because he had offended the son of a young elder of the South Heaven Divine Palace, he was sent to this God-forsaken place and had to stay there for 3,000 years. To a true god, their lifespan was incomparably long. 3,000 years was like a snap of a finger. But to Yang Yiqian, these 3,000 years were extremely depressing. Brother, is it really that hard to survive in the lower realms? Only one person can ascend every 3,000 years? Yang Yiqian said in disbelief. The lower realms you were talking about, are you referring to? Gu Fei looked at Yang Yiqian. Yang Yiqian's appearance was still very young, a romantic youth. However, if one were to look at his eyes, they weren't young at all. This God-receiving platform can only receive people from the immortal martial realm, fiend god realm, nether abyss realm, and golden vast realm. Only one person can ascend every 3,000 years from the four great realms. This can't be justified. Yang Yiqian rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully. If you ask me, I don't know the reason either. Gu Fei spread his hands and said, How can a small character like you know such a great secret of heaven and earth? Yang Yiqian said arrogantly. Yes, 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 Gu Fei said hurriedly. Brother, why aren't you entering the deification pool? Yang Yiqian said to Gu Fei as he pointed to a pool beside the spirit-receiving platform that was shrouded in mist and shrouded in divine light. Deification pool? Gu Fei glanced at the pool and saw that it wasn't big, but it contained a powerful divine power. It could indeed change one's muscles and marrow and change one's physique. Once you enter the deification pool, everything in the lower realms will have nothing to do with you. The envoy, Yang Yiqian, looked at the pool and said with some emotion, No way, people from the upper realm can't go to the lower realm? Gu Fei asked, To the lower realm? You think too much. In the heavenly god realm, only those invincible god ancestors or demon ancestors can go to the mortal world. Do you think you are one of those magnates? Yang Yiqian said disdainfully. There's a huge price to pay for crossing worlds. Yang Yiqian continued. Gu Fei nodded inwardly. He naturally knew the price of crossing realms. However, if he could restore his eternal realm cultivation base, coupled with the wheel of myriad heavens realms, crossing realms would be a trivial matter. Go down and wash away your past. From now on, you are a member of the heavenly god realm. Yang Yiqian said as he kicked Gu Fei into the deification pool. With a splash, Gu Fei directly smashed into the deification pool. As soon as he entered the deification pool, the dense heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings immediately gathered towards him. Strands of spiritual light, visible to the naked eye, gradually wrapped around him like silk. Looking at Gu Fei in the middle of the deification pool, Yang Yiqian smiled and returned to the stone block beside the spirit-connecting platform and sat down cross-legged. In the past 3,000 years, no one from the immortal martial realm and the other three great realms was able to ascend to the heavenly god realm. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the deification pool was so dense that it was almost liquefied. Such a huge amount of essence qi had actually benefited Gu Fei. Before Gu Fei was beaten into samsara by the first primogenitor, he already had the eternal martial body. Now, he didn't need to transform. However, he needed endless heaven and earth spiritual qi to recover his cultivation base. If his heart was ruthless enough, he could be like the devil cultivators, unscrupulously using the heaven and earth spiritual qi to recover his cultivation base. It would be much faster. However, Gu Fei could not bring himself to do something like slaughtering billions of living beings. At this moment, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the deification pool that had been condensed for 3,000 years was slowly being guided by Gu Fei. Soon, the place where Gu Fei was at turned into a heaven and earth spiritual qi vortex. A cocoon appeared in the center of the vortex. Countless strands of spiritual light rushed over from all directions and entered the divine cocoon. 2 hours later, Yang Yiqian, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the spirit-connecting platform, finally felt the strangeness of the deification pool. How is this possible? Yang Yiqian was a little shocked. Normally, those who ascended from the lower realms would stay in the deification pool for at most an hour before coming out. However, why did this little fellow named Gu Fei stay in the deification pool for so long? Of course, the deification pool was a place where one could transform into a divine being, so it was impossible for them to drown in it. However, after completing the transformation of their divine bodies, they would have to leave the deification pool, because even if they stayed in the deification pool, they wouldn't gain any benefits. Yang Yiqian stood up abruptly and stared at the deification pool with a look of extreme shock on his face. At this time, the spiritual mist that shrouded the deification pool had disappeared, and even the divine light had dimmed. The spiritual qi in the deification pool was rapidly flowing away. This guy is not simple, Yang Yiqian said in surprise. After waiting for 3,000 years, this ascendant was really not simple. It must be noted that no one had used the deification pool for 3,000 years, and even he couldn't withstand the spiritual qi that was condensed. Yet, this guy was still absorbing the spiritual qi in the deification pool. If it was an ordinary person, their divine body would have long exploded from the huge amount of spiritual qi. What's going on? Yang Yiqian muttered to himself thoughtfully. Before he knew it, another 2 hours had passed. The spiritual qi in the deification pool was still rapidly flowing away, being devoured by the divine cocoon. The originally clear deification pool had become somewhat turbid. He's still absorbing the spiritual qi in the deification pool? At this time, Yang Yiqian was really shocked. Rumble. Faint sounds of thunder came from the sky, and the world gradually darkened. Yang Yiqian raised his head and looked at the sky. He was indescribably shocked. He could sense a terrifying destructive energy condensing between heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation? Yang Yiqian was in disbelief. Isn't this guy who just ascended a little too heaven-defying? He has already triggered a heavenly tribulation in less than 6 hours. In the heavenly god realm, those who had just ascended from the lower realms were called deities. Above deities were deity kings, the king of deities. Above deity kings were deity emperors, and above deity emperors were god emperors. Above god emperors were ancestor gods. Above ancestor gods, one could shatter the void and ascend to the perfect world. In the entire heaven god realm, god emperors were the overlords of a region. In the southern region of the divine realm, the southern heaven god emperor was just one of the overlords. The entire southern region had a total of 5 overlords. The southern heaven god emperor ruled over the eastern part of the southern region, which was millions of miles wide and filled with countless living beings. In the entire southern divine region, the southern heaven god emperor was almost invincible. At this moment, the dark sky suddenly brightened, and the thunder also went far away, quickly disappearing. This gave Yang Yiqian a very surreal feeling. It was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the divine cocoon in the deification pool began to dissipate, and a figure appeared in the pool. Yang Yiqian was shocked. He had been a true god for close to 10,000 years, but he had never seen something so strange. Could this guy who just ascended from the lower realm be able to control the heavenly tribulation? Splash! The sound of water could be heard as Gu Fei walked out from the deification pool. Yang Yiqian was shocked when he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the deification pool. The spiritual energy that was accumulated in the deification pool for 3,000 years had disappeared. This guy was simply a monster. Yang Yiqian had been cultivating for 10,000 years, but he had only reached the grand success stage of the true god realm. But now, this guy's cultivation had actually reached the mid-level true god realm. If news of this cultivation speed were to spread, it would surely shake the entire heaven god realm. How did you do it? Yang Yiqian asked. His throat felt dry. What do you mean, how did I do it? Gu Fei asked curiously. Your cultivation has increased by an entire level, Yang Yiqian said. I don't know what's going on either. Gu Fei scratched his head and said, Follow me. Yang Yiqian took a deep look at Gu Fei before he charged into the distance. In the heavenly god realm, true gods could not fly in the sky. The heaven and earth energy in the upper grade world was extremely powerful. To fly in the sky, one had to be at least a god king. However, cultivating to the divine king realm was not an easy matter. Gu Fei quickly chased after Huang Xiaolong. He could actually fly in the sky, but in order to avoid being seen by others, he chose to run on foot. About 2 hours later, Yang Yiqian and Gu Fei arrived in front of a small city. This was an ancient city. Even though it wasn't big, it was a very famous city in this region of 10,000 miles. This ancient city had existed for countless years, witnessing the rise and fall of the entire region. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Cultivators could be seen coming and going in the city. Yang Yiqian and Gu Fei entered the city together and went to the Drunken God restaurant. This restaurant was the most famous restaurant in the southern Kuran ancient city. Even a true god would be drunk after drinking 3 bowls of the Drunken God wine. Brother Gu, this southern Kuan ancient city's Drunken God wine is not bad. Not only can you consolidate your cultivation, but it can also make your divine body more perfect. You have to taste it, Yang Yiqian said as he walked upstairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, Yang Yiqian's expression suddenly changed. It's really a small world. Yang Yiqian was about to turn and walk to the 3rd floor. Hey, isn't that Yang Yiqian? An exclamation was heard. Wang Chun. Yang Yiqian's eyes narrowed when he saw the few people by the window. What's wrong? Gu Fei hurriedly asked when he saw that Yang Yiqian's expression had turned ugly. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet Wang Chun, the Grand Master Wang of the Nantian Divine Palace. Yang Yiqian raised his head and said proudly, Grand Master Wang? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.